So let's get back into this histories of cupidity and diligence. So some kind of cult fort. The reason I've kind of titled it as that was the first genre of music I liked. Raffi, probably. I don't know. I'm trying to think like what was I listening to when I was like a baby? Charlotte Diamond. That was a children's singer that my parents gave me. Probably some musicals. Disney music. I don't know if any of these are genres. Probably Beethoven, like classical. That was what I was exposed to a lot when I was little. So, what is the first genre of music I like? Probably like either a children's pseudo-educational music or classical. I mean, what kind of question is that? There's never been like a first, like I discovered music genres. Like I've just kind of always listened to a lot of music. Like even since I was a little kid, it's like whenever people would ask me, it's like, what's your favorite type of music? It's like, well, let's see. There's jazz, there's rap, there's metal, there's punk rock, there's classical, there's Baroque, there's, free jazz, there's various different types of hard, loud metals and rock and roll. Sesame Street's theme song, yes, that's a genre. Let's see, there's, like, so I don't know, there's psych rock, there's classic rock, there's hard rock, there's some, like, southern rock, there's, yeah, but as the first genre of music I liked, probably Raffi. Banana Phone, that kind of shit. The Birthday Song was probably an early favorite of mine for favorite songs, purely because what little kid doesn't like it when someone sings a happy birthday to you? Because it means it's your birthday, meaning you're getting gifts and presents. So probably like birthday songs. Jingle Bells was probably up there too when I was little. Because when you're little and you hear Christmas music, it means you're going to get either beaten by St. Nicholas or given lots of gifts, which is a good thing, and nobody wants to get hit in the head with a lump of coal. So obviously I probably liked Christmas carols when I was little. Now when I hear Christmas carols, I want to do the equivalent of beat the crap out of whatever that speaker is until it makes a low humming sound instead of actual music sound. But with the exception of the Bad Religion Christmas album, because there's something about hearing Greg singing "O Come All Ye Faithful" with shredding guitars in the background. It just doesn't quite get old. But yeah, if we can call Raffi a genre, probably Raffi was the first genre of music that I remember liking. Actually, DuckTales. DuckTales had a pretty good theme song. I have this vague memory of like singing DuckTales while in a car, because we had this cassette with like Disney and Disney music on it, and DuckTales was one of the things that played in that. And that was pretty good. Yeah, but most people probably didn't like almost go to university for music theory like I did. Like it's funny because absolutely still a fucking banger. Like there is very little music I don't like. I just don't like bad music. The problem is there's a lot of bad music. So when people are just like, it probably already exists on YouTube. Just hold on. This is very off topic. DuckTales theme cello. Yep. Found it. It's a minute and 44 seconds long. Here you go. Obviously I can't listen to it because I'm streaming, but yeah, no. When you ask me, it's like, well, what genre of music do you like? That's not an easy question. I think for anybody who that's an easy question, that would mean that they don't know a lot about music, which is a very kind of elitist, mean thing for me to say. But It's kind of true. So it's like if you ask somebody, it's like, what's your favorite genre of music? And they're like, country or rock and roll. They probably don't know that much about music. So for me, it's like when I'm just listening to music on an average day, it'll be like, well, one day it's psych rock, one day it's stoner rock, the next day it's death metal and jazz, the next day it's I'm listening to classic rock and classical, the next day I don't know. I flip around so much that depending on the mood. Like I can't when people like one of the biggest trap questions for me ever is when people ask me, they're like, what's your favorite band? It's like asking me, what mood are you in today? It's like, well, today it's Iron Maiden. And then tomorrow it's going to be Sergeant Thunderhoof. And the day after that, it's going to be Churches with a V. It's like the next day after that, it's Holy Fuck. And then after that, Prince. Because it's like, well, what mood are you in today? I honestly, as somebody who knows too much about music theory, it sucks. It sucks because all music is so fucking boring. Like there's so much like interesting pop music out there from most people, and then I listen to it and I'm just like, oh, this is so fucking boring. It's the reason I'll never be able to unironically enjoy rave music. It's because it's all so fucking boring. Well, see here, I can't say rock because I also really like jazz, and I also really like abstract electronic music. I also really like down-tempo electronic music. I also really like some harsh noise. I also like ambient. I also like some pop music. I also like classic rock. So even me just stating rock, knowing that I like rock, metal, death metal, black metal, djent, heavy metal, deathcore, emo, all that stuff. Just because I like all of that stuff and all the subgenres of rock and roll, I also like jazz and like 50 subgenres of jazz. So it's like, I don't know. And I also can't say classical because it's like, I also like dozens and dozens of different specifications of classical metal or classical music, not classical metal. It's like, there's literally like nothing that I can state is like, oh, this is like the one portion of subgenres that I like, because it's not true. It's like if I were to name like the last 3 albums I'd listened to, not counting the one that we just played at the start of the stream, it'd be the new Psychedelic Porn Crumpets album, Night Gnomes, which is like modern psych rock, Rush, which is just the one album that I have, which is a live performance, which is basically just the greatest hits. Rush from their 2112 tour. Mammal Hands, which is modern jazz. The Delvon Lamar Organ Trio, which is also modern jazz. And what was the one I listened to before? The one that I have out that's sitting there right now, I'm not sure if this was the one before, but Boy Harsher, which is like fucking very gothy electronic music for sad people who hate themselves. So it's like, well, it's not that you're wrong. It's like, okay, it's like asking somebody, what's your favorite food? And your response is cheese. But cheese comes in so many different formats that you should be a little bit more specific than that, right? Like, you might really, really like cheddar, but absolutely hate blue cheese, and really, really like goat cheese, but want to throw up every time you see cottage cheese, right? So most people, when they say they like cheese, they're a little bit more specific than just saying that they like cheese, right? Sort of like saying that you like pasta. It's like, well, there's a lot of different types of pasta. Or even more specific, saying that you like, or less specific, saying that you like noodles. Cheese Are you talking about ramen? Everyone. Are you talking about spaghetti? Are you talking about, like, gnocchi? Those are 3 different types of noodles, right? I'm not somebody who can say I like cheese. I can say I like sandwiches, which includes all of the like different ingredients on a sandwich. But I also like all of those ingredients individually. So when you ask me, it's like, what's your favorite genre? It's like, well, that's difficult because I really like cheese, but I also really like salad, but I also really, really like coffee. All things that I can consume. So I don't know. It's there's varying tastes or things that you develop over time. American cheese, brie, stinking bishop. You know what's cute? Is that you consider American cheese to be cheese. That's edible plastic. I asked about cheese, not edible plastic. Come on. So, you know, or like someone says, what's your favorite beverage to drink? Is it coffee? Is it Sprite? Is it Coca-Cola? Is it hot chocolate? Is it tea? Is it whiskey? Is it American cheese product? Well, sure. Is it milk? Water? Clean or not? Anyway, we should play Dwarf Fort. Sorry for the side tangent, but I can confirm that the now canon first genre of music Blind was into is Raffi. That I can confirm. So, this fort is weird. The reason this fort is weird is because we have 18 citizens and that's it. We have 18 dwarves in the fort, and we had 19 and now we have 18 because one of them died. And the one who died is Elomino, who lives in this coffin over here. They're not dead, they're sleeping. But the fortress itself is kind of in this cavern layer. This is kind of the upper tavern area that we are making, and then this is going to be libraries and guild halls. But if we go down here, this is the majority of the fort down here in the cavern layer. We are on the edge of a haunted lake, which is constantly raining repellent ooze, which gives you an awful fever if you touch it, which sucks, so half the dwarves have a fever. If I go over to the surface, the lake is called the Stupid Lake. I didn't make that up. This faction consists of a Hillix and our mountain home, named Mostern, and Maze Labors, the Hillix. I'm assuming they would grow maize there based on the name. But it's a very small faction in the middle of goddamn nowhere with a lot of books in it. And essentially, the kind of weirdness of this faction continues when you notice that, oh, well, they haven't expanded very much. And from this fortress, just this pool of dwarves here, only 3 of the dwarves in this fortress are actually male. We have Grand Dragon, we have Stoned Hobo, and we have Selawak. I think Selawak was the last one? Yeah, and Selawak. So we only have 3 male dwarves out of this entire group of dwarves that we have here, which might on its surface not be that strange, aside from the queen of our faction, which is the Plank of Nations, is a Gelder. Leading me to jump onto the headcanon theory that, well, that makes a lot of sense when you realize that there's almost no men in this fort. Also, all of the gods of this faction are represented by female dwarves and are variations let's just jump into here and take a look at one. The Frightful Strangeness is a deity of the Plank of Nations, most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with torture and misery. There's also one of death and disease. And the only male represented god in this faction is the god of rebirth and pregnancy. So it's pretty easy to jump to that conclusion. Yeah, here we go. Rash is most often takes the form of a skeletal female dwarf and is associated with death, as another example. Also, it makes sense that Elomino would worship the deity of death, as they are now dead. Who else do we have here? We have, let's just jump over to Lab Chimp, Dodek, who has a pet llama, and Lab Chimp worships the Frightful Strangeness once again, and then their lover, Taco Nuva. Hold on, let me just check something. We got Taco Nuva and your lover, who is Taco Nuva and Dodek. Yeah, okay, so two lady dwarves, and they're both lovers. and they both seem to worship, well, it's torture and misery and death. You know, a very, very lovely gods that we all worship here. Anyway, the living dwarves in this fortress are all named, and they're Sethados, El Neso, Pablo, Thanom, Zakos, Trazuka, Lab Chimp, Faulted Thrower, Bread Knight Luxury, Cutest Ghost, Stone, Grand Dragon, Dank Penguin, Stoned Hobo, Celowick, Space Pirate, Taco Nuva, and Dragon Man. It's the opposite of a sausage fest? Yeah, and from what I can tell, the ladies aren't interested in the guys either, because I'm pretty sure all of the guys in this fort are single. Let's, like, double check this. Yeah, worships the female deity of Chaos, War, and Fortresses, and is single, so that's the first one. The second one we have in the fort is... yeah, not Dank Penguin. Grand Dragon. Yeah. No lover. Not married. And Stoned Hobo. Yeah, no lover and not married. So it's like our 3 male dwarves in this fort are just kind of screwed. So actually, like, keeping this fort alive or faction alive is going to be a weird challenge because we've stopped getting migrants already after 20. We only got the first 2 migrant waves. So it's weird. Some kind of cult fort. Anyway, this is our tavern. Our fortress is made out of gold. Down here is where we are living and sleeping, and I'm still working on beautifying it. Down here is the kitchens. Down here is where we are farming, down in the cavern layer. And a little bit further down, if I jump down to the actual bottom of it, this is our lava forge, and that is the whole fortress. It's very small, quite modest, but, you know, we're making progress, and we are smelting ore and doing good things, I would think. So I guess kind of the end goal for this is we're just going to pretty up everything and make this a very beautiful, well-built fort. And something that I did the last time we were playing was if I actually go to the Plank of Nations, you'll see that we're at peace with a bunch of different factions. Elves, dwarves, specifically the Crimson Pulley, and who's my previous faction, the Pillars of Gladness, the Rim of Servants, the Light Seals, and the Sacrificial Nations. We are friends with a whole bunch of other groups in this world. Who I have sent my dwarves to go be friends with, essentially. And we're going to be trading with a whole bunch of different people. So we're minting a whole bunch of coins, and we'll probably play a few different forts as part of this faction, as part of this series for the Plank of Nations, just to kind of get to know them as well as we can. But it kind of sucks that we're not getting migrants. So that's kind of what it is. And water from where, since it tastes different in so many places? Yeah, is it alpine water? Is it glacier water? Is it city water? Is it filtered water? Is it alkaline water? Is it... Anyway, enough of your favorite beverage and your favorite music genre. Chat, how are you all doing today? Anybody had anything exciting happen in Dwarf Fort recently? Anybody here learning Dwarf Fort and need tips or suggestions or help? Because if you do and you're confused about things that are happening, please yell at me and let me know, and I will do my best to explain things. We do have a small military squad in this fort, and hopefully we can begin increasing the size of this fortress and faction going forward. But, you know, the Crimson Pulley was the last faction that we played in this world, and now we've moved on, and they're all just meditating on misery, so should be just fine, I would think. We do need some brew, though. We're running low on alcohol, so I think we should get some of that up and rolling. Looks like we are currently brewing drinks from plant. Let's check the job lists. We are making gold coins. We are brewing drinks from plants. We are smelting native gold ore and forging golden barrels and making wooden barrels. We're also going to just jump over to stocks. I want to go see how many bars we have. We currently have 236 gold bars. All right, let's just do gold coin 200. Let's make a lot of gold coins. You know the picture of a package of cheese and nowhere does it say the word cheese? No, I don't. I do not know the picture of a package of cheese and nowhere on the cheese does it say cheese. No idea what you're talking about. Although it's not the first time that, like, someone has said something, like, slightly off topic and then I just go on a tangent for 20 minutes about... Nowhere before has someone, said something slightly off topic and I've gone on a tangent for 30 minutes about unrelated things, like music genres or cheese. Chat, do you have a favorite thing to just like ramble about if somebody like I guess the question is, am I unique in that if somebody just mentions a random talking point, I have this habit of just like falling into that subject for, you know, quite a while potentially, depending on what the subject is. And there will be like times where someone will be like, "Hey, what's your favorite like music genre?" Just as an example, or like, "What is a mechanic or story in Dwarf Fortress that you like?" Or what is something that if somebody just like pops that off of you and then you just like fall into like completely unrelated topic for the next week? If someone brings up Wheel of Time, you'll talk about it for hours? Really? Wheel of Time specifically? But yeah, I read the first book of Wheel of Time, but never fell deeper into it than that. Also, apparently the complete soundtrack for Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe is now downloadable on Bandcamp. I don't know what the soundtrack for Stanley Parable is like, but if Stanley Parable has a good soundtrack, you can get it from there. If he mentioned the local cable company with a certain guy at work, he'd go on a 10-minute rant. If you mentioned the local cable to a certain guy that you work with. Okay, I thought you meant like to a certain employee at the cable company. I mean, that's kind of makes sense. I could see that. I mean, I have super mixed feelings on my internet provider. Sorry, responding to YouTube comments. He really didn't like the cable company. I think it's always kind of fun when you find that one thing that just makes the person ramble on that subject for forever. It's like, well, you either found something that they really like or that they really, really hate. It's like asking my dad about politics and then he's still talking like 4 hours later, except not talking to anybody but himself. Spring has arrived. Everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup. Yeah, asking me how good ketchup is a way to get me talking. It's a pretty comparable dislike, I would say. Pretty comparable dislike. All right. Sitting here, waiting. Actually, one way to get me talking is to ask me anything about DHL delivery services. Because DHL is the only company... Ooh, Forgotten Beast fighting with a hungry head. Forgotten Beast is the only company that has sent me or left a note on my door that says that they were unable to deliver a package. And I heard them leave the note on the door while sitting here and thought to myself, oh, someone is leaving a package at my door. I'll go grab that in a minute. And then when I went and grabbed it, it just said, sorry, we missed you on the door. And I was like, My dude, you could have knocked. You could have, if you'd knocked. Did DHL fold an LP now? I've never actually had an LP folded. I've never had a record arrive damaged or destroyed. Got 2 dwarves smelting gold. We'll watch them for a little bit. Although, actually, the thing that we really need to be working on is blocks. Doesn't matter what material, just blocks. Hey, Same Linux. I always want to call you Samuel Einix. Because your name looks like Samuel to me for whatever reason, but Same Linux. What up? It's good to see you. Hello. We're doing Dwarfy things today. It's sad when any package... I mean, I've had other things arrive broken before. Like, I ordered a mortar and pestle from a rock cutting company, like a local, like, quarry that makes mortars and pestles out of granite and various other things. It was like $50, right? And they had like 80 reviews on their website. And they were all positive except for one that was 1 star, which said it arrived broken. And I looked at that, I'm like, how the fuck do you break a literal solid brick of granite? How do you... I think a turkey died of old age. Needed any update? Nope. You know everything I know. Nothing has changed since yesterday. And also nothing has changed since the video that I posted 2 hours ago. Sad gobble noise? It died of old age. Now, sad puppy noises, that's the noises you should actually be making because I did just tell them to slaughter a bunch of puppies. It's fine. They weren't cute puppies, I promise. We're minting gold coins as well. I wonder what the gold coins look like now because we're into the year 208. So, both my tavern and my temple are allowed for all visitors. So all visitors are welcome in both of these, yet there are no visitors. I'm actually going to go double check something. I'm just going to, like, make sure for idiot's sake that I didn't accidentally remove all my migrants from my init files. I don't think that's the case. I want to know, just in case. Did I do it dumb? Nope. My population cap is set to 160. Strict population cap is 100. Visitor cap is 100. Invasion cap is 210. Yep. No, it's not population cap. Blind Ogre is fighting. Well, at least there's fun things in the cavern layers. And the elves have arrived. Do I have anything I can trade you? I mean, I guess I could sell you prepared dog brain. You guys want to buy some dog brain? Oh, no, coin. Duh. So I've asked the humans, one of the human factions, to bring me elephants. So that's something that we're working towards with this fortress, is elephants. Then we can make an elephant enclosure, and I'm sure that'll be fantastic. Because there's nothing better than tame elephants. But yeah, no, it is unlikely that I'll have, unless I send them an email and just ask, which I haven't done. I don't see us getting any specific updates on keyboard stuff for like another week. I would expect, or until the next Future of the Fortress. But I haven't sent him an email or asked or anything. My Patty, hello, good day. How are you? We are selling some coins to these here elves. In exchange for hopefully big animals. Considering the humans have elephants, I'm kind of hopeful these elves might have something fun. Let's see, they have a mink, they have a cougar, a grizzly bear, a green tree frog, and a tricell peregrine. Is that really it? Well, okay. Let's go up to the top here. And we'll take this grizzly bear. And we'll also take all these pecans, bayberries, and peaches and apples. And sand pears. Fruits and nuts. We can make an almonds roast. And a pecans roast. That should do it. Thank you, elves. Pleasure doing business with you. All of the dwarves with the little X flashing on them are sick with a fever, which is very unfortunate. I don't know. I've never tried. I don't know what category that would be under. Tools, maybe? I don't know. I've literally never tried. Maybe. I've never thought to try that. Chat room, can you request coins as a trade good from the Outpost Liaison? Anybody here know? That's sketch. There's water there. But yeah, I've never tried it. But we're gonna have to go through here and cut out some stuff. But I've got a few like design plans for this fort that I think will be cool by the time they're done. Go drink. This stupid lake. There's an echidna. It's almost like an elf. Probably put a coin stockpile somewhere. I also do like how open this cavern layer is. It's a very open... You see, no migrants this season. That's why I believe that this faction is kind of dead. It's kind of sad that this fortress isn't as exciting as the birthday fortress I did, which had diamonds in it. It was like immediately diamonds. Immediately it's like, congratulations, you are now the most wealthy fortress in the world, and everybody is bowing to you. It's my only experience ever encountering diamonds, and it was on my charity fort for my birthday. It was kind of an interesting experience. All right, so we got to go down to these smelters. And this is going to give to this. This. And this. So they'll only get stuff from there. I think I need more wheelbarrows. Gold wheelbarrow. 3. Oh, nope, they definitely have wooden ones. Oh, that's good to see. Still gonna make some golden wheelbarrows, though. Yeah, I'm sad that we're not getting more migrants in this fort, because this fort is like, or this faction rather, is interesting and weird in kind of the best ways. And so it makes me really sad that I'm not going to be able to do more with this faction, you know? It's just like going to be this small little fortress because lack of migrants. Hi, cutest. To show how precious I am? See, I had the completely opposite read on that, but fair enough. I could start a few mini forts. It's probably what I'm going to have to do, yeah. It's probably what I'm going to have to do. That or retire this fort and run some adventurers to it. One of the two. I haven't felt like playing any adventurers in a while. Like, there are times where, like, I'll have, like, this brief period where I'm like, man, I'd like to play some adventure mode, and then I come to my senses and go, actually, no, I really don't want to. And right now I'm very much in the, actually, no, I don't really want to. A forgotten beast, Neka Inthinkarethusa Thelolethethme has come. That's a long name. Nightjar, that's a bird, right? A three-eyed nightjar. It has a fat, he has a fat, bulging trunk and a bloated body. Beware its noxious secretions. That is indeed a long arse name, yeah. It looks elven. Also, can confirm Nightjar is in fact a burb. Kind of a pretty bird, actually. Look at that. Now imagine that with an elephant trunk. Like a desert bird? Yep, that's a pretty majestic little bird. A very long elven name. Yep, definitely bird. Can fly. Gonna go bully some bug bats, I think. Okay. Flew up to the higher level. Mecha Bilemind the Sweat of Night. So whatever NECA means. Bilemind the Sweat of Night. Ugh. So, I think I sealed this area off. Like, mostly certain I did. So it shouldn't be able to get into the fort. But if it does, it'll be right here. Ooze Bilemind the Sweat of Night. Alright. That's a vivid image, shall we say. Also, somebody commented basically stating that this screenshot really shows the beauty of Dwarf Fortress. And I just want to say that, yes, I completely agree that this particular screenshot here really shows the beauty of the Dwarf Fortress, including the dead animal right there. I think that's a squirrel. Not totally sure what it is, but I would like to agree that this screenshot properly conveys the beauty of Dwarf Fortress. I think that it would be perfect if there was like a dead cat right there. But like, so it's not totally perfect, but it almost properly conveys the beauty of Dwarf Fortress. Considering I don't believe we've seen vomit yet. This is very much lacking in like vomit on the ground. Where's all the puke? Yeah, there's no puke. I still haven't seen puke. I want to know what vomit looked like. So, yes, I would like to say... Oh, there's another one. There's a second one. Hey, look. Chili peppers. Probably strawberries, actually. Those look like strawberries. But, there's another dead animal. There's two of them. Properly conveys the beauty of Dwarf Fort. But yeah, still waiting to see the puke tiles, because, like, let's look around for a puke tile. Gotta be puke somewhere. Oh no, they cleaned up the puke. There was puke up on the surface, but they cleaned it up. That's a shame. But how does it feel to have published your first scientific paper, cutest? Do you feel a sense of success? Or is it like, fuck, finally that's over, I can go do other things now? Regardless, though, congrats. Congrats. The Nightjar is fighting with bug bats and investments are open. Also very late high. Well, better late than never. Well, looks like a Gorlak is being murdered by a forgotten beast. Beast of the forgotten variety. But we are trading with the Crimson Pulley in this fortress, so that part's going to be fun. Let's see what these gold coins for this era look like. Ah, there we go. 208. Coins from 208. On the front of the coin is an image of diamonds. On the coin's back is a masterfully designed image of Thob. Punch Ore. Okay, I wanted to say Pun Choir, but no, it's Punch Ore. The dwarf and dwarves. Thob Punch Ore is surrounded by the dwarves as the artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Thob Punch Ore to the position of Queen of the Plank of Nations in the midwinter of 171. Now you wait for editor review. Okay, fair enough. But still, is it like a, huzzah, it's done, or is it a, yay, it's done, or is it kind of a, like, is it something that you have time to stop and be proud of, I guess? So I'm gonna chain up a grizzly bear right here. Or I guess rope up a grizzly bear right here. Cabra blocks. Rock salt blocks. I guess, like, you punch the ore before you can make a pick, you know? Before you can make the pickaxe, you gotta punch the ore. That makes some sense, right? I think. You still feel proud? That's a pretty big achievement. Not very many people get to publish a scientific paper in their life. Or even get peer-reviewed to potentially publish a scientific paper in their life, for that matter. Like, most people don't even get close to that. But that is quite the achievement, dude. What did I make those bins out of? Lead bins. Our cats are carrying dead vermin around. Continuing to mine. Deeper into the sides of the cliff. Get all of that precious, precious gold ore out of the wall. Like, there's a lot of mistakes. Is that like the old saying, or not the old saying, but like the common trait of people who can't listen to music that they've written because they hear all of the imperfections and spots where they're like, man, I could have done better on that line. 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 Do I have any zinc or tin? I do not. I have gold and I have lead and I have silver. No zinc or tin. Just gold, lead, and silver, which kind of sucks, actually. It just kind of sucks on all counts, I would say. But, you know, what can you do? I also don't care about the weight of bins. And I don't like the look of wood bins, because wooden bins are a very ugly brown. Yeah, but then this way everybody gets strength training. I don't care if the dwarves are faster. Everybody gets strength training. Which I think is a benefit to everybody. And also, like, we're not going to be moving bins around too much. The weight of bins is only a concern if you're going to be selling or moving bins. I don't ever bring bins to the trade depot. I just sell the items within the bins, so they empty the bins out rather than taking the whole bin. I also don't generally allow them in stockpiles for items that need to be traded, so items that need to be traded just get moved real quick. And I don't want to make them out of wood in case I need to sell them to elves for whatever reason. So, yeah, no, not. I use the material that I'm not going to use for anything else that's the lowest value for bins. I don't care about weight. For coins and finished goods, yeah, I use them for blocks usually. But yeah, no, I appreciate the tip, but I'm aware. Also, I do think it's funny that this dwarf has a fever, right? So they're going to move slower by default, but they pick up the wheelbarrow and then they move the same speed as a dwarf who doesn't have a fever. So my theory is wheelbarrows cure diseases in Dwarf Fortress. Ned Flunders, hello. It's good to see you. How's your burr? Your nice cold glass of burr. See what I mean? Like, let's watch this dwarf. I'll show you what I mean. Cutest here. Has a fever. Okay. Pushing a wheelbarrow full of gold all the way down to the magma forge. Going down this way. Up. All the way down. Over to the right. Straight down. Runs over to the stockpile. And then if they leave the wheelbarrow. See? Now they slow down. Wheelbarrows negate the effect of diseases in Dwarf Fortress. I don't know why that's so funny to me, but that is actually really amusing. That is actually really amusing. R.I.P. more plump helmet men. Forgotten Beast is savaging the poor helmeted lads. That's a gem stockpile. Do I even have a gem cutter shop here? I think so. This is continuing slowly. It's like, well, you doctor's like, you got a fever there, dwarf. Well, I recommend you push a wheelbarrow. See, they thought they were just getting sick, but actually they were getting a career change. Getting sick in Dwarf Fortress is a more critical life change than even on Earth. On Earth, you just miss a day of work. Dwarf Fortress, it's like, well, that fever's permanent, so guess in order to be efficient for the rest of your life, you get to push this wheelbarrow. Then there's this dwarf who's just constantly playing, like, leapfrog with those two hunting dogs, apparently. I guess that, like, movement speed is based on, like, the task being performed. And, you know, I wonder if this is one of those, like, the dwarf isn't steering, but the wheelbarrow is steering situations. You know, like, if a character is mounted on another character, technically you don't control the dwarf, you control the character that the dwarf is mounted on or the character is mounted on in adventure mode. I wonder if wheelbarrows are a similar thing where it's like, they're not actually mounted on the... They're not actually driving the wheelbarrow is driving the dwarf. I wonder if it's one of those situations. Now I'm way too curious about how wheelbarrows work. Because it's not every day you end up in forts where half your dwarves have a fever. I wonder. I'm gonna go close my sliding glass door because it's apparently gotten chilly outside. Back in a sec. Although maybe it's one of those, like, you know how exercise relieves stress situations? Maybe the wheelbarrow is like just the ultimate stress reliever for a dwarf. It's like, oh, I don't have to carry this granite boulder today. Instead, I can just push it in this wheelbarrow. Maybe it just acts as a serious format of stress relief. So, they get a boost of extra energy that they weren't expecting previously. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. But let's check in on some of these dwarves. Pablo over here is very uneasy after being able to acquire something for too long, which actually leads me to believe that perhaps also you want to practice some martial arts. So I should put you in the Wasteland Soldiers. But perhaps I should make some crafts for these dwarves to acquire. Resentful after getting into an argument. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do gold ring, because we did, like stated previously, we do have a ton of gold. So let's make some gold rings and gold earrings. We're not going to sell these. These are just for the dwarves. That's the... Hold on. Gonna Google instead of just being completely wrong. Right, yeah, that's the Greek mythology guy who's pushing a boulder. Yes, he needed a wheelbarrow. If he had a wheelbarrow, I mean, his life would have been much easier. But wasn't the whole point of that proverb is that he's like damned to hell, essentially? It's like, you're doomed to push boulder uphill for rest of life, blah. Or whatever. As you can tell, I'm definitely a Greek mythology buff. I know all of this shit. Well, I mean, you know, the best dragon, or not dragon, the best wagon is a finely butchered, fresh, organic, fair trade, or locally sourced wagon wood from a beautiful herd of wild wagons. There's nothing more glorious than that, truly. Well, I'm going to hack my way through those. Wonder if the priorities thing is going to get fixed. It is now summer. Just like here, apparently. I don't know how the weather around the world has been for you guys, but for here at the very least, we went from winter to summer in the last month, pretty much. Like, last 2 weeks, it went from, like, just slightly above freezing to now, like, oh, it is warm. Like, we went from just slightly above freezing to it is 20 degrees out every day. 20 to 25 degrees Celsius every day. And it's fine. It's kind of fine. It's a little bit too hot, but hopefully we don't have the heat domes that we had last year. So hope you guys have had good weather around there. But let's check in on some more dwarves. Setharos, who's our expedition leader and real-life person who made Arch Crystal, one of the few forts in the world that's older than Long Death, also wants to practice some martial arts. Like, everybody wants to practice martial art. All right, well, we'll let you practice martial art. Let's get the Wasteland Soldiers of the Wasteland, a.k.a., training down here. So the only weapons that we do have are hammer dwarves, hammers, essentially. But we're going to go let them train for a little bit while we still continue minting gold coins and doing other things around the edge, but they're going to go pick up equipment and then go and work, from what I can tell, and get to training, which means stuff's going to get done way slower, but I guess that's sort of fine. We're gathering plants. We're putting away more gold. You're supposed to use the wheelbarrow, ya Dumbo. Bleh. Oh well. Guess it is what it is. Constructing lead bins. Forging gold barrels. All that good stuff. All of those bits and pieces. Yeah, dwarves waiting for combat training. And easy. Euphoric due to inebriation and blissful remembering a very good bedroom. Did I ever finish Yeah, I did actually finish furnishing up all these bedrooms. I guess we'll also make gold statues. Let's make 20 gold statues, and we'll put them all in the bedrooms. Actually, now I'm kind of curious. How much gold do I have? Up to 322. Well, I mean, plenty. We still have plenty of gold for all of this silly stuff that I'm putting together. Check out the 2 fresh recruits. Satisfied. And you haven't started training yet, so get down there. Go train. So, Chad, out of curiosity, this is kind of a question for people who play the game and also people who don't play the game. The last, 3 blog posts that Zach and Tarn have done, as well as the screenshots from today, cover tooltips and tutorialization. And the way Dwarf Fortress appears to be going with its tutorialization is just kind of heavy use of tooltips, but also a optional tutorial that you can enable or disable, which explains every screen as you hit it. This is the kind of initial camera movement screen. And they've decided to not go with a tutorial world, which I'm happy about, even though I do think that's a good idea. I agree with them that it goes kind of against the feeling of Dwarf Fortress, where you have to generate your own unique world. So essentially what it's going to do is it's going to recommend somewhere that will fit the tutorial. So it'll recommend somewhere that has trees, grass, and a water source, basically, so that you can run through everything. Or I think actually it's a creek, grass, and a water source. So it'll use, I guess, the search functions in the game already to give you a specific location it'll wait to give you a specific location, or search to give you a specific location that will work for the tutorial. And I'm curious, what do you guys think of the look of those tutorial screens? Do you guys think those will be enough? I know I was talking to Tekid, who does YouTube tutorials for Dwarf Fortress, the other day, and his kind of take was, oh, that's nowhere near enough. Humans have arrived. These are the ones that, if I recall correctly, I requested elephants from. So we're gonna have to bring coins up here. But yeah. No, because RimWorld's tutorial style is how do I explain it? RimWorld has a fully scripted tutorial in its own unique map. It's just nobody actually uses that, because everybody uses the learning helper in RimWorld. RimWorld's learning helper is also kind of a different thing. This is more like Odd Realm, right? Because the way RimWorld's learning helper is whenever you click on a thing, it gives you a little few tooltips and hints, and then also will tell you stuff as you need it. So it's if people are starving, it'll be this is how you make food. But I don't think Dwarf Fortress is going to be that. Dwarf Fortress is going to be a little bit more simple, because it's built on so much older code. Whereas RimWorld has a fully scripted, fancy separate button on the main menu for a tutorial, which I don't think anybody ever actually does. I've played through it just because I figured I needed to know if it was any good. But yeah, nobody uses that thing, essentially. So I don't think it's the, yeah, on the main menu of RimWorld, there is a tutorial. It's on the main menu. Go launch the game right now and take a look. It's right there. I assure you it's a thing. So, no, it's not really quite the same as RimWorld. There we go. Let's see if you brought me elephants. Nagiz tomorrow, the tomorrow. That almost says tomorrow. Tomorrow. Anyway, that's hard to say. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. We've updated your maps and civilization and world info. Well, the thing is, like, in my opinion, it's enough. But I also, I think that Dwarf Fortress is probably just at a place where a lot of people who've played these types of games before could just kind of fiddle their way into figuring out how to do most things. You ate trail mix and you still hate raisins? I like raisins. What's wrong with raisins? Just leave the raisins for me and mail them to me. I'll eat them. Raisins are good, especially in oatmeal. Although, to be fair, raisins raw by themselves, raisins included in a thing like raisins in a salad, raisins in your oatmeal, raisins in your cereal, raisins in your trail mix, very tasty. I think that raisins go well in kind of like a medley of things, but by themselves, sort of like prunes, are just kind of non-thing, you know, like they're fine. All right, so anyway, pets. Scrolling down. It tastes weird. Maybe you've just had weird weird raisins. Elephants, there we go. Gimme. All right. We have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. How do you feel about dried cranberries, or like craisins for the brand name? Again, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves, because those I think are much better on their own. Like you can't have bread pudding without raisins. You need bread pudding to have. You need raisins to have bread pudding, right? And bread pudding is good. Never had that one? It's like the same texture, but they're a lot sweeter, right? So instead of having kind of like that tart raisin flavor, it's like a sweet kind of cranberry flavor. But that's kind of my favorite, one of my favorite things to both put into oatmeal and also bring with as part of trail mix. But yeah, I think Dwarf Fortress is also going to have some sort of help list built into the game. I don't know how detailed it'll actually end up being, but like, yeah, because there's this button up here, well, question mark, which I don't know what that's going to do. Honestly, what this should do if you click it is just like minimizes the game and pops up the wiki. That's all it should do. It's just like quick link to the wiki. But Dwarf Fortress's wiki is going to have a conniption fit when premium launches, because it's going to be like split into 2 different chunks. And look at all of those elephants. We elephant fort now. I'm just going to close out of that for a second and let them bring some more coins, because they are still bringing some coins. So now we can train elephants and maybe go attack things with elephants. I don't know actually what I'm going to use these elephants for, but all right, fine. So now these elephants are going to get their own grazing zone right there. We're going to have to make an elephant enclosure, but for right now, pen pasture, elephant. Also grizzly bear. No, the grizzly bear gets to go on the chain over here. Grizzly. There you are. Also, chat room, we're a little lurky right now. Could I get a round of beers? If you're lurking in the stream, just type in the word beer. Or the beers emoji, or HS cheers, or my beer emote. Or the free beer emote that I have for following the channel. Just trying to start conversations here, and I'm curious about how many people are listening to the stream right now. Here's chat room. Everybody's busy with breakfast, I think. Or lunch. Or my dialogue is just that engaging that people just have nothing to add. Hey, Neil. Neil, how have your streams back on Twitch been? Now that you're back after, what, like 2 years? You just had dinner? What was dinner? I just had breakfast. I had oatmeal with oatmeal. And raspberries. And some chia seeds because they were on sale. Alright, looks like they've all got silver warhammers. How do you like training? Interested learning after learning about dodging. Interested after learning about dodging. Well, that's good. I get you guys out of there because I need assistance with other things. You ordered you some records. Oh my god. Welcome to the hobby. What records? Eggplant lasagna? Ooh. Eggplant is so hard to cook correctly. I swear. More often than not, I fuck that one up. Apparently, Saudi Arabia has acquired $1 billion stake in Embracer Group. That's cool. Great. Previously, it's like, oh, well, they owned, like, stakes in a bunch of, in publishers that I don't play games for. So it was like, well, I can just, like, say, bah, don't spend money on things you don't agree with, and then just, like, be able to casually smile and be like, because they only spend money on things I don't care about. But now it's like, man, really? You don't like raisins in bread or cookies? Well, that's sad. I think oatmeal raisin cookies are like possibly actually no, not possibly. Oatmeal raisin cookies are my favorite type of cookie. Just period. I mean, that's what you wrote. Raisins alone equal good. Raisins in bread or cookies, ergs. Is the ergs a positive thing? Or, like, what are you trying to communicate with that? Because that doesn't read like a positive thing. Or is that a negative thing? I don't know. And then just saying no afterwards also doesn't add to or mean anything. Is always bad? Okay, well, you're entitled to your incorrect opinion. Because, like, cinnamon raisin bagels are like a cake. Never fully understood why raisins are like... You know, honestly, I never fully understood why raisins and food that is good for you in general often people just don't like for some strange reason. It's like, oh, is it not, like, salty and unhealthy enough for you? That's disappointing. Bagel. Cinnamon raisin bagel. Or a cinnamon raisin roll. Or a cinnamon raisin, bun. All very good. You can make hot cross buns with raisins as well. Although normally they're made with dried fruit that aren't raisins. Bread pudding requires raisins. Rice pudding is best with raisins too. You had raisin buns for breakfast today? Ooh. Man, I don't see Evil Trick emotes ever anymore, and it makes me sad. Come back to us, Evil Trick. We miss you. How dare you go get a well-paying job with a future? I mean, so I don't like super sweet cookies. It's just kind of a fact. I don't. super sweet cookies are very popular. I really like cookies that are more savory. So my favorite type of cookie is like, let's take 3 different kinds of nuts and make oatmeal cookies with raisins and dried cranberries, and like it's more of a granola bar than a cookie by the time you're done with it. Like it's still sweet because it's a cookie, but like raisins and such make them more like less sweet and more tart and adds different flavors. Yeah, I don't know. Non-sweet cookies are the best thing. Is that a tree? What is that? Fungi wood trunk. Fucking tree grew right through my fort. That's kind of funny. Huh. All right. You're picking up new clothing. Sheriff kicks the grizzly bear. Why are you fighting with my grizzly bear? Oh, because it wasn't my grizzly. So I have a tame grizzly bear. Apparently grizzly bears just spawned on the map, unrelated to my tame grizzly bear. Yeah. Apparently, apparently I just have, or had tame grizzly bears. And as alongside of some wild grizzly bears that just spawned. Anyway, so I've got elephants now. Let's war train those elephants, shall we? And also war train that grizzly bear. The humans have continued on their journey. Chat, wish them goodbye and thank them for the glorious elephants. Maybe they're trying to do a prison break? What, the bear? No. I mean, well, the wild grizzly's trying to release the captive grizzly? I mean, funny concept. Speaking of funny concepts, apparently, I'm really curious to see the biome agitation stuff, you know? Like, reading Zach's recent post where he's just like, the biome agitation for Untamed Wilds is just working now, basically meaning if you settle on an Untamed Wilds biome and you get ahead of and you start building stuff real quickly, and you damage a lot of trees, and you damage the surface a whole lot, animals are just going to go berserk and attack you. Which is kind of like true to real life, you know? Like, if you build cities too quickly, you'll have bears wandering around in the city center going, where the fuck did my blackberries go? So I'm curious to see what that ends up playing like. I have a feeling that's a mechanic that new players will appreciate a whole lot, especially people that are used to games that try and kill you a little bit more. It's like, well, you want Dwarf Fortress to try and kill you? I guess go settle in an Untamed Wilds biome. There you go. I think that's going to be an interesting change for sure. Let's go up here and place light in that wall. You once got raised by elves, but they only brought raised? Oh, you mean like destroyed by elves, but they only brought raven men? They posted up in a tree. That's kind of cool, actually. Oh, raided. Okay, rather than raised. That makes sense. Because, like, raised would mean, like, destroyed, right? Because, like, when you raise a site, it's like, we're going to set everything on fire and burn it to the ground! That's kind of, like, what raised means. there water up here on this layer? Don't actually know. Kind of wish that there was a crafts, like jewelry and wearables section. God, I don't know about you guys, but I'm so excited for the changes to stockpiles. That's possibly the quality of life stuff that I'm looking forward to the most. Like it's not mouse control, it's not nothing else. It's just I want crafts. Okay, no bins on that one. I want to be able to like sort out my stockpiles quicker. It stuck around long enough that when you got raided by goblins, I figured it out by now, it's fine. Following the year, the Ravenmen fought them before they reached your fort. Oh, did you just like lock the door, essentially? My aunt is texting me. It's fine. Although, phone life hack, if your phone autocorrects words into words that you don't want to autocorrect to, add it as a contact, because then they'll think it's a name, and so they won't correct you. So, like, especially if it's a word that phones don't like to type in, like, whenever I get a new phone, I always add the words fuck and fucking as blank contacts with no, with no... what's it called? Phone number attached. So that whenever I type in the word fuck, my phone assumes it's a name and then it capitalizes it instead of like trying to turn it into ducking. That's my life hack. Anyway, you're wearing a really crappy old shoe, Stone. We really need to get you new shoes. Anyway, how are you feeling about work? You're amused after remembering wearing old clothing. Really? But satisfied at work. You also don't feel anything due to inebriation. Weird dwarf, that. Silk shoe. 20. I think silk is what we have the most of. Double check. Yes. We'll make some new shoes. Problem is I just don't have a lot of dwarves. That's a good phone tip. You're welcome. It's a really dumb tip, but like it is very, very efficient. like let me tell you. And it's worked for every phone I've had in the past few years. Some phones also have the functionality to let you edit their library of words, or I guess dictionary is maybe the better word. So if it lets you edit the dictionary, you can also just go add words that wouldn't work otherwise. On the other hand, you're curious about all the other features, and how they are playing out. What do you mean by all the other features? All the other new features or all the other old features? The second I get my hands on the Steam version, though, I'm just going to go through and make videos going, these are all of the different biomes. This is what demons look like. This is what a bronze colossus looks like. This is what a dragon looks like. Because, like, they haven't shown us any of that stuff. And, you know, like, the artists were working on procedural creatures for, like, half of a year. There was a good chunk of time there where we just saw nothing about, like, the procedural creatures and, like, a lot of the generated stuff. So it's just kind of funny to me. It's just like, well, I wonder what that stuff does look like. All the old and new features? Yeah. Like, I'm going to kind of do what T90 Official did when those new Age of Empires games came out, and they're just like, this is a video of every building in the game being destroyed. That's the sort of thing I'm going to be doing when Premium launches. It's like, do you want every single spoiler without actually buying the game? Here you go. There's a market for that kind of content, and I intend to provide it. Also, we're halfway to 11,000 subscribers at 10,520. Still kind of hoping we can do 25,000 by the end of the year, but that's ambitious. So I'm nothing if not ambitious. I'm kind of jealous that of all of the people that have gotten access to Midjourney, because I would really, really, really like to have Midjourney to be able to like generate images of dwarves on the fly. I think that would be really cool. I hope that I get into that beta at some point, because it's really neat seeing like all those like random nightmare images people keep generating from descriptions of things. Meditating on chaos. We need to make a nicer temple, like really bad. Guess I need them to just work on this. You know what? Let's just make this into a temple up here, and then yeah, that'll do. Meeting location, add temple. Frightful Strangeness, Shlamush, Rash, although only one person actually worships the god of death, and then the god of pregnancy. So those are the two popular ones, Lumash and the Frightful Strangeness. The Evil Chapel, what a name. What a fucking name. That is funny. What a name. Just the Evil Chapel. Anyway, down here, we're going to dedicate one to Lamush. I guess for this one, we'll do it rectangle. Fortress, Fortresses, War, and Chaos. So we got the Cathedral of Fortifications and the Evil Chapel, which is a great name. You basically have to claim to be or prove that you have a social media following or are a member of press. That's like their requirements. Basically, like they're at the point where it's just like, we want people to post tweets of these images, or you have to be someone who's going to write an article about it. That's why. But I think it's a combination of that and also just kind of get lucky, because I've seen some people get in that certainly are not journalists and definitely don't have a social media following, but like they give you priority if you're a journalist or have a big social media following. Or are a programmer who can like pick it apart and actually give feedback. Because initially it was like private, but now it's just like, just go apply. Like you can just, if you just go to their Midjourney's website, you can go apply. But like Pigfinite in chat has a copy of it, and I don't think Pigfinite has like any sort of real social media following. So yeah, I don't know exactly. It's one of those kind of, just kind of fingers crossed and hope you get it, I think. All right. And you know what? We can do 2 separate rooms here and here. I wasn't going to do this way, but I think we're going to do it this way. And these can be either tombs or like additions to other temples, maybe? Or maybe we'll do it like those are going to be the 2 small temples, and then these big rooms can be the library. I think that's the way I'm going to do it. Well, I think we'll move the 2 temples into those 2 tiny rooms, and the rest of this can just be a library. Although these dwarves have way too much to do, so. In the early spring of year 3, the human Sothro prison honey became the lawgiver of the sacrificial nations. We're learning about the sacrificial nations, which isn't even our faction. Right now you're gonna go pen past your stray war elephant. But militia commander. Who is the militia commander? Lab chimp. Okay. Where are you? You are. You're going to have 3 elephants assigned to you. Also, I think it's kind of funny. If I put up a VOD onto YouTube, I get about 1 to 3% impressions click-through rate, right? So like a previous stream, 1 to 3% impressions click-through. If I put up a short impressions video about a random game, it's usually about 5%. If I put up a Dwarf Fortress video, 15 to 25% impressions click-through rate. You can really tell what people have interest in. Kind of funny. Also, thanks for all the follows, guys. Seeing some people coming over from YouTube. If anybody has any questions about the fort, or just Dwarf Fort in general, give me a shout. Unless it's when the game's releasing, because I don't know. If I'm being honest, I don't know. I'll release when it's ready. Because frankly, there's some questions I just can't answer anymore. But autumn has come, which doesn't mean Stone needs to grab tributes. Fortunately, every single person that I demanded tributes from denied the tributes. I think it's kind of funny. This AI generated cheese paintings. Oh, Chinese, not cheese paintings. That makes a lot more sense. Kind of neat, actually. I'm just trying to keep chat moving, right? And chat is weirdly dead this morning, so just trying to keep conversations.
Cheese for everyone!
Turns out I read the word Chinese as just cheese. Well. Don't we all? You just got back? I never left. I was like, why is the game not moving? What's happening? And both start with ch and end with the letter E. Yeah, and then your brain replaces the middle bit when you're just like, I didn't fully see what that sentence was, so I will just guess what it was. Turns out, I guessed wrong. I was going to say, there's a big difference between procedurally generated and AI generated, but yeah. It seems working. I think you missed the like and it. It does look like cheese, except there'd be an extra E in there based on the number of hyphens you've put in there. So it would be cheese with, you know, 3 E's. which is just slightly more enthusiastic than normal cheese. Cheese. It's like the difference between cheese and enthusiastic cheese. As long as it's not easy cheese, though, because that stuff's disgusting. You got this letter for not me, and you searched on the name to try and find the person to give them their mail. And there were hundreds. You don't think it was a common name? That's why you returned to sender. Like, whenever I receive a letter that's not for me, I just write, not for me, or lives elsewhere, or does not live here, or new address, or return to sender, and just put it back in the, straight back into the send slot. Or just leave it in the mailbox. Because if somebody mailed you something intending it for somebody else, or if it has the wrong address on it, then all you can really do is return to sender. It's not your job to send somebody else their mail. They ignore it and send it right back to you? Well, then you should send it right into the paper shredder. But yeah, no, every time I've done it, it's never come back. So maybe this is a U.S. Postal Service problem, wave depletion? All right, now the dwarves have arrived to trade. Meaning, I can sell crappy old clothing and coins, of which I need to probably sell more. Yes, I do. They don't care. I don't know if they don't care is necessarily fair to say, but they should care more, maybe. But something being delivered to the wrong location is actually kind of a major bad. For the mail service, anyway. But yeah, that's really sad. I like to think that there is no postal service that just, air quotes, doesn't care. I like to think that they all care at least a little bit, but how much care can you really have when... Oh, another caravan's arrived. How much care can you really have when, you know, you're not provided with the tools to actually do your job properly? Which I kind of feel bad for, well, I don't feel bad for, but, like, the way a lot of buildings, at least around here, are designed, it's actually really difficult to deliver packages. Just as an example, I knew somebody who worked briefly for Amazon as a delivery driver because he needed extra money during the pandemic and was short on funds. Had student loans to pay off, but during that period of time, I spoke with him a couple times about it, and he was basically just like, yeah, it's impossible to get into certain types of buildings. So the way Amazon deals with it is they just make their drivers carry cell phones, and then they call dispatch, and then dispatch sends a text or calls the person in the unit, and then the person in the unit goes and lets them in, right? Because there's literally no way for us to let Amazon drivers into the building, especially buildings like mine where we don't have a buzzer system because it's a cheap building. So literally there is no way for me to let an Amazon driver into my building without, like, going to the front door. Meanwhile, a company like DHL, their drivers don't carry phones. They're not allowed to carry phones. It's against company policy for them to carry phones because it's a distraction. And this is a rule that was put into place in Canada back when cell phones first became a thing, because it was like 2000, like mid 2000s at some point, there was a law put down basically stating you're not allowed to text while drive and you're not allowed to talk on the phone while driving unless it's hands-free, right? So when those laws went into place, DHL drivers were no longer allowed to carry phones. So the problem with DHL drivers is, and I kind of feel bad for the drivers themselves. Their company policy is bad and out of date, so it's the company's fault. It's not the driver's fault, but like, they'll try and deliver a package to my building, and Pure Later has the same issue. They'll try and deliver a package to my building. They can't get into the building. They stand outside for 5 minutes, and if nobody from the building lets them in, we're not supposed to let them in, and we can get fined for letting people in who don't live in the building. This includes delivery drivers. Because they can't get into the building, they just leave. Maybe they'll leave a sticker on the outside of the building. But a lot of people don't ever go out the front door of the building because, let's just say you live on floor 3 and you have a car in the basement. They get into the elevator, they go down to the basement, and they get into their car and they drive away. They never go out to the front of the building to look and see if there's like a thingy stuck on the front of the building. They might go down to their mailbox, but half the time the like, we missed you stickers don't even make it into the mailbox room. They stay on the front of the building. And so it's like, who's at fault here? The building designers? The delivery companies? Outdated policies? All of the above? When you first moved into the area that you're living in now, it was... Oh, there's the third Dwarven faction. Actually, I want to check something. Still, I'm kind of half hoping that we'll get named dwarves from my old faction showing up, but none so far. Oh well. Not holding out hope, but when you first moved into the area, it was predominantly inhabited by elderly people, and whenever you received mail that was probably someone living in your apartment before, you just wrote, "Probably dead, return to sender." Oh no, that's sad. 3 times some random guy showed up to check if the person was really not living anymore. Oh, that's mean. That is so mean. Holy shit, dude. Good win, Pink. Really, a lot of things about modern city planning needs to be updated. Dude, tell me about it. I've watched, like on my last day off on Monday yesterday, I was like, I'm going to be productive and edit a bunch of videos. But instead of being productive and editing a bunch of videos, I was sort of productive and edited 1.5 videos and watched about 4 hours of not just bikes videos. I can't remember who recommended Not Just Bikes to me through this stream, but somebody did, and thank you to that person, because that's a good channel. Very cathartic channel. You know, someone just commented saying, these videos are so regular now, and it's almost like I can feel the money leaving my wallet and the loading bar filling up. And I'm sitting here thinking, like, I feel like most people aren't going to actually see a loading bar fill up when you download Dwarf Fortress, just because Dwarf Fortress is so tiny, it'll probably just fill up instantly. Like, you probably won't even, like, get the time to see that bar fill up, because it'll probably just already be full. That place is just grim looking, full of all gray concrete. Yeah, I was gonna say that's a lot of major urban centers in the world that we live in, unfortunately. Trading for iron and steel. Also some weapons. You've discovered what you would do if you won or were given $1 million. I know what I would do. I'd put a down payment on a house. Or 2 condos. Buy 2 condos, live in one and rent out the other. That's what I would do. And then have no $1 million left because condos cost $500,000. But what would you do if you won $1 million? I do think that the Bare Naked Ladies need to get back together, and they need to do a remastered version of If I Had $1 Million, except change the lyric from If I Had $1 Million to If I Had $1 billion. Because right now, If I Had $1 Million is just a really, really sad example of how bad inflation is. Not actually a funny song anymore. It's a small entry-level home in Seattle. Yeah, no, I mean, well, actually, in the current market, I could probably buy 3 condos with $1 million. So I'd probably buy 2 condos, rent one out, live in the other one, like buy them outright, like without like putting a down payment on them. Because like this condo that I'm in right now is about $290,000. Admittedly, it should be about a quarter of that, but in sometime in the next year, like the housing market prices are dropping, and they're dropping pretty considerably. So I'd probably buy 2 condos, live off of the rest, and rent out one of the 2. No, I don't need to buy cheese with gold in it. Thanks for the suggestion, though, Stone. Buy an electric double-decker bus and convert it into an RV/tiny home and live in it. The problem with that is you would be limited to the distance that thing could drive. And electric buses don't actually have that great range. Because we have a lot of electric buses here in Vancouver, and I have a pretty good idea how far they can go. They don't have as good range as a Tesla. They have to charge every 6 hours. At least the ones we have here do. Or they have to be connected to lines. So, fun theory, but like, maybe not that practical, and no, they won't. I mean, yeah, they'll help with that, but like, you'd need to park on a sunny day in the sun for like a long time to charge it with solar panels. Like, solar panels don't produce as much electricity as you want them to, unfortunately. But yeah, they would help, but I can see why that would be fun in theory, but I think in practicality that would... Sorry to just kind of crap on your fun party, but there's a lot of problems with that. There's also the problem that those batteries don't last as long as you want them to, and the maintenance on it is really expensive. Also, the act of converting a bus into a home is close to, if not more expensive than buying a home in a lot of cases. You would do hybrid, but gas is stupid expensive? Why not just, like, instead of buying an electric double-decker bus and converting it into a tiny RV and home, why don't you just buy an RV and then use the rest of the money to invest / have gas? Like, yeah, gas is stupid. Although, like, I live in Canada where electric vehicles are going to be the only thing that you can legally put on the road by 2033. In 2033, supposedly, by 2033, it will not be legal to drive a gas-powered vehicle. Which is interesting. So I'm curious to see how that ends up working out. Yeah, I don't know. Neat idea, but I don't know. I feel like when it comes to tiny homes specifically and living in small spaces like that, there is a lot of content on the internet and a lot of videos and a lot of very popular videos of people living in these tiny homes. There isn't a lot of videos of if they're still happy with their tiny home 4 years later. You know what I mean? And as somebody who lives in a pretty small space, right? I live in 424 square feet. That's a pretty small square space. That's a very small space. I go kind of insane about how small it is in kind of kind of frequently. Like every couple of days, I will just need to say fuck it and like get out of this house and like go for a walk and like stay as far away from it as possible for like a whole day. Now cut that down to the size of a bus. That's so much less space to stretch. That's so much less space to move. That's so much less space to do anything. And yeah, if you can drive it, sure, that's great. You can move somewhere else. If you're electric, you're very limited to where you can go because you need electricity. And even with solar panels on the top, you still need electricity because we're talking about lights on the inside of the bus. We're talking about plugging it in. So you'll need fast chargers to like do it consistently. But everything in the bus is going to use power. So if you want to use a computer, if you want to use the internet, if you want to charge your phone, all of that is also going to use power, which is going to cut into the amount of power that you have for the bus. So you're probably going to need to bring a generator with you as well. So you're going to need gas as well. Or alternatively, you're also going to need like heating, which is probably going to take propane. So it's, you can't be electronic specific. Otherwise you're going to never have any power to drive the bus. I don't know. I see so many problems with it that it's like lovely idea in theory, but in actual practicality, I don't see it working. Interviews people who've been living in their home for more than just a weekend. I've seen a couple channels like that, and every single time it's like, we need space. People need space. And like, a camper like that for the summer or a trip, fantastic. As your only living space, I don't see that being sustainable. Like, if that's a thing that you can take out for 2 weeks at a time, a couple times in the summer, yeah, that would be a fantastic thing to have. But I'm just imagining, like, living here during storm season, and then say you get stuck somewhere because you don't quite have enough power, and there's no good chargers within a close distance or proximity. And then the storms roll through and there's no sun, so you can't charge off your solar panels. And then it's just you're stuck in this, like, what, 80 by 40 square room for suddenly, like, 3 months until the weather gets good? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't think so. I mean, they've removed the, like, ups and down, like, the red down arrows. I don't know what a boondocker is. Dragon Man a minute ago just said that if they had $1 million, they would buy an electric bus and convert it into an RV and live in it. And I'm just talking about how that seems like a lovely thing to do in theory, but in practice, I don't believe that actually being super sustainable. Making rings. Damn, I'm working on so much shit. Can live outdoors most of the year? Sure. But then, like, why don't you just buy a camper and park it somewhere, which is significantly cheaper than buying an electric bus and converting it? If you're not going to leave, like, an area, then you can just eat the expensive gas prices and you'll spend way less money. Like, way less. Like, buying an electric bus and converting it into a camper would be significantly more expensive than just buying an RV. And then at that point, why not, if you have $1 million, buy a condo and an RV and then rent out the condo and use the rental prices or the rental money to fuel your RV. I don't know. To me, like, that just, it's one of those, like, really neat in theory, but when you actually sit down and think about it, it's never as appealing as it sounds on the surface. But what do I know? Don't let me ruin your hopes and dreams. But the reason I have those takes is because I've thought about it. I've thought about the exact same thing. But hello, wait, what? How are you? I hope that your day is well. You'd invest it all into a wide variety of businesses and funds? Nah. I'd buy 2 condos and become a landlord. Just live and invest the rest. I do enjoy watching some of the people who do it on YouTube. They tell stories about doing it for a few years and banking a ton of money. Yeah, because it's their jobs, right? Like, that's kind of the long and short of it. If you are paid to live in a thing, that's one thing. If you live in a thing and still have to work a job, that's a completely different thing. And the vast majority of those bloggers have large Patreons, have very successful content careers, and are essentially being paid to go on a vacation for a living. That is very, very, very different than having to still work a job and have an income while living in a camper. That is just absolute fucking hell, trying to live in a shopping mall parking lot. Fuck shopping malls. I hate parking lots. You're talking to somebody who's kind of anti-car at this point. So to me, the idea of people being like, what if I just lived in a parking lot is like the closest description I've ever heard to, I would rather like get run over by that car than have to live in that car. That is awful. But I don't know. I actually think that the tiny home revolution on YouTube is not bad for society, but certainly bad for young couples who have more ambition than brains. You know? Like the number of people that are just like, yeah, we'll live in a tiny house. And then like they realize after they've moved into this tiny house that, oh, this isn't like sustainable for our relationship long term. And then they are no longer together after a few years. I think is like a more common thing. Like I know somebody who my ex used to go to high school with, and this person and their partner were like a high school couple. They bought a tiny chunk of land off of the edge of an old farm lot in I'm not gonna say what part of town, but in a part of town close to me. And they built a tiny home on it. It was like 120 something square feet. Tiny home. They built a tiny home. And they lived in it together for 6 months, and then they broke up. They were married, but after 6 months, they got divorced. So, I don't know. I think that is one content industry that has caused more divorces than any other content industry. Which is kind of sad, but I don't know. I'm just trying to keep conversation rolling. I was given a convo prompt. So chat, what would you do if you had $1 million? Don't be boring. I'd buy this apartment and the one above me and pretend I was Admiral Baru. That's what I would do. Because the neighbors above me are really fucking loud. You could never do that? Yeah, I mean, I have family right now that are trying to coax me into rooming together. So my little sister, her boyfriend, and my little sister's boyfriend's little sister want to all room in a house with me. And I'm sitting there kind of going, I don't know if you want to be my roommate, but also Oh, if I want roommates? And every time I kind of mention that to my mom's like, gets kind of upset with me, and it's like, I don't know. You'd buy $1 million worth of packing peanuts and fill a room in the house with them, and then just go like fucking Scrooge McDuck dive into them? Because mood, now we're talking. This is the kind of life decisions I'm looking for with dumb hypotheticals, like what would you do with a life-changing money? I'm also kind of pleasantly surprised that nobody has said buy a bored ape yet. Alright, so this here can get removed. This is going to be made into the library later. Just going to get rid of it for right now. Which is why it's like, yeah, that's why I would buy 2 apartments. Zakos. Which is also why I was saying earlier that if I had $1 million needs to be changed to if I had $1 billion. But if I had $1 million, I would, like, buy 2 condos. You'd only do boring things with it. That's why I said it's like, I'm a boring person. It's like, I'd buy 2 condos. Rent 1. Buying a condo outright is like the only thing to lower my rent costs right now. You build a ball pit in your house? I mean, you could do that with way less than $1 million. You just need like a baby cage. Like, you know, those things that like stop babies from walking through a door? Like $20, $30 at Walmart. And then just a bunch of balls. Although that would be more of a ballroom with a cage door. But I guess my point is you don't need to you don't need $1 million to build a ball pit. You could just make a room in your house into a ball pit. Although, Zakos, let's be honest. The vast majority of the people, at least my age, ain't retiring. Like, retiring, that's cute. I'm gonna work until my body falls apart, most likely. Because it's not like it's gonna get any easier going forward. Well, considering you're less than $1 million in debt, that's pretty good. I'm currently $21 in debt because I need to pay my internet bill. And I overpaid it last month, but didn't overpay it enough to double pay it. So instead of owing $120 like I would normally, I owe just 20 because I paid an extra 100 last month. I have a question, and this is a question about language, so Stone might be able to help with this. When did the word biome become popular? Like, when did people start saying biomes, especially in biomes related to video games? Like, I don't think I recall actually hearing the word biome until Minecraft. I think that's when I first heard it. And then, like, chess is, like, immediately Minecraft. The block game. The block game. So, Roblox? Is what you're saying? Now, I have a question. Why is it used so heavily for that? Because, like, a biome is a very specific thing. But now it's, like, people will be talking about, like, levels in a video game. And it's, like, back in my day, back when I was a little kid, it'd be like, oh, there's all these different levels. There's the forest level. There's the desert level. There's the, the alien space planet level. There's the underground level and the sewer level. And now it's like, there's the desert biome, the jungle biome, the alien biome, and the sewer biome. And it's like, has the word biome just been co-opted into meaning like the new level? Because it's strange. And that lots to know the new term. Then science folks started relating stuff to it. Gamers did for levels, and it became a common term. Does Minecraft really have that much influence over how the entire planet speaks? That's wild. Now, if we could stop saying craftsmanship as a species and just say craftsdwarfship, I think that would be an improvement for the English language, frankly. Seeing statues in these temples. It's amazing and sometimes really annoying. Like, yeet. I feel like I lose some intelligence every time I say that. Like, it actively makes me hate myself whenever I say it. It's like the worst thing that's been added to our language in, I don't know, since... Yeah, absolutely. I'm not going to say that sentence, but yes. Pink. Stone's command has me saying that at the end. Because for a while there, me saying that word was like a in-joke because I refused to say it. And I still kind of refuse to say it. I don't like it. It just makes me feel childish and unintelligent. But Stoned Hobo, yeah, my moderator. But he's been super busy with work and shit recently, so he hasn't been around as much, which is sad. I feel like when I mod people for this channel, it's like a curse. It's like if you're modded on this channel, you're destined to stop watching very soon. Like the second I mod people, they just like, not vanish, but they show up less frequently. It kind of sucks. Like I need mods that are active and say hello to everybody when they come in. But every time I mod somebody, it's like they just fall off the earth. Hobo was around for a really long time. Hobo was one of the slowest fall-offs, but as of late, he's been really busy. Nope, different people. Stoned_Hobo. Lies? You're just working? Yeah, watching a lot less. The job for a mod is tough. Oh yeah, no. It's a lot of unpaid labor. Already faulted. What you doing, Dwarf? Did you just walk up to the wheelbarrow and take the gold out of the wheelbarrow? All right. Not my fault Word is fucking garbage? By Word, you mean like Microsoft Word? Sorry for assuming your identity. I mean, yeah, Stone talks very British, whereas Stoned talks very Florida. I've actually, encountered another Stoned Hobo on Twitch. Somebody without the underscore. Odd flex. Just like goes up to the wheelbarrow, takes the gold like the brick of gold out of the wheelbarrow and walks away with it. The other dwarf picks up the wheelbarrow and walks away with the wheelbarrow is actually what is happening here. One dwarf picked up the wheelbarrow and walked away with the wheelbarrow, and the other one is carrying the thing that was in the wheelbarrow. They could have just pushed the wheelbarrow, and that would have been easier for everybody, but not how Dwarf Fortress works. I prefer Open Office, but if I'm not using Open Office, then I use Google Docs. I use Google Docs for anything that other people need to read. Fucking shit of a software? Well, then why are you using Word? When there are many other options of softwares that you could use. If it's so bad, why are you annoying yourself with it? You have to use it? Why do you have to use it? Use OpenOffice. OpenOffice is compatible with everything Word. Like, you could send them a Word doc from typing it in OpenOffice. You don't have to use Word. There are other things that use Word. Also, chat, do you want to know a really big major piece of news that no one here should actually give a shit about? Call of Duty is back on fucking Steam! Also, is this a new Modern Warfare 2? I think it is. God, that's weird. That is so weird. That is so weird. Also, to people who don't believe me that full price games are $90, full price games are $90! $90. And that's not the fancy edition. That's $129.99 for the Vault edition, whatever the fuck that means. It's not compatible? Wait, what? Since when? Oh, okay. Well, shit. I'm sorry. That sucks. I used to know somebody who worked on Office, specifically Office for Surface. So I could, back in the day, I could have even been like, go yell at this person. But I can't do that anymore because he doesn't work there anymore. He works at GitHub now. $60? No. Although there's $70 in the US now, I think. Although go check. Or rather, here. Let me check for you. Let's go to Steam DB. Call of Duty. This is so confusing because there's Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, and then there's Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. That's not confusing at all. Anyway, so current price is like non-existent for Russian ruble, but let's see. Apparently, it's the most expensive in Israel. Jesus, why is Call of Duty so expensive in Israel? Where's the American dollar? Why am I not seeing US dollar here? Nah, I'm pretty sure that's not the conflict that game takes place in, but that would be $69.99, $70. I don't see it here. I'm sure it's here, and I just haven't seen it yet. Yeah, no, it's like, I mean, Britain, you're getting screwed versus Canadian dollar. Why is it so expensive in Ukraine? The fuck? Anyway. Yeah, there it is. So yeah, it's cheaper in the US by 2%. And the fact that, like, the Mexican dollar, it's 1,399. That feels so expensive for Call of Duty. What the hell? But I know, different currencies. Ay, ay, ay. Oh well, at least we can say that video game prices in America are nice. But seriously though, why is it so fucking expensive in Israel? Makes no sense. Yeah, it's a peso, but it had a dollar sign there. The brain goes to dollar. Silk bag. 20. I need more bags. Not enough bags in my seed pile. But yeah, when people ask me why I don't buy AAA games and why I generally don't play AAA games, it's because they're $80 in Canada. Or $89.99 rather. $90. The peso and the dollar sign, yeah. The fact that it has a dollar sign there, it's like, Also, to all of the people that keep commenting on the video that I put up today that it feels like they're getting close to release, just remember they haven't hit the point where they do the bug fixing yet. They still need to do bug fixing. That's probably going to take a bit. Didn't know that you can make gold barrels. Do you just sell them or use them to store goods? Bit of both. I like to always have either metal barrels or rock pots for food in case I need to sell food / drinks to elves. But they are also quite valuable. I just happen to have a massive surplus of gold and lead, so most of my barrels are going to be made out of gold and lead for this fortress. I just want to build a cool castle because this faction seems kind of dead, so I'm building a cool location to visit in adventure mode when I feel like doing some adventure mode, so. Very portable barrels? I mean, if your dwarves are strong, sure. But, yeah, no, when it comes to metal barrels, like you can make them out of any metal that you have a surplus of. So because it's like I have a surplus of well, I guess silver and gold, and also lead. I do have some zinc now because I purchased it, but it's like we also have a little bit of rose gold. But it's like if you have a surplus of any specific metal, I guess we're kind of low on lead right now, but you can make it into barrels. I mean, sure. Yeah, they're heavy to pull around, but they're not that heavy. I mean, all of the barrels I have in Long Death are made of lead. All of them. The only barrels I do have, or pots, are made of lead. Like, there's nothing wrong with just giving your dwarves strength training. Is it a good plan? Sure. Is it a bad plan? It's not bad. You don't really haul barrels around that frequently. Unless they have to walk like across the entire fortress to go from the kitchen to the food stockpile, which that's not really the case in this fort. Yes, I have seen that sign. I don't have the ability to type it on my keyboard, but yes, I know what it looks like. Stone. I also got killed by one in a roguelike that I was tempted to put up a video of on YouTube, and then I didn't get around to it. Yeah, in that particular game, it was representing a pterodactyl. It was a pretty simple little roguelike that I found on itch. But the sprites were too small. It was one of those games that's like, I need a magnifying glass to play this game. Yes, it killed an at. It was indeed an at. So lead is not a problem for dwarves. You can make your mugs or goblets out of lead and have no problem. Dwarves don't have issues with lead poisoning. In fact, no creatures in Dwarf Fortress have issues with lead poisoning. So it's not something the game simulates yet. It Will Tell is an example of the velvety pantomime. The work has no particular subject, and the writing is particularly crisp and changes in topic. Overall, the poetry is masterful. It's a poetic riddle concerning the future, originating in the Book of Conjurers. Yeah, talc can be used like any other stone, and chalk can be used to hold up a obsidian structure, even though in real life it would collapse because chalk is like powder. Yes. So if, say, I start an adventurer at one fort, grab 3 artifacts from that one fort, and then run those artifacts to the new fort. So let's say I start at another fort that I was at in this world, halfway across the world, gather up 4 or 5 artifacts. I go to this fort and I leave those items in this fortress, and then I retire the adventurer and unretire this fortress. So go back to this fortress. The adventurer and the items will be in this fortress. And then the adventurer will ask to join the fortress. They'll almost immediately petition for a spot. So what I'm doing with this fort right now is I'm building up this fortress, and then I'm going to go make a group of elves from up here and run them down to some kind of cult fort. And have some elves in the fort. Or some Gorlaks, or some various other animal people. So, yeah, adventure mode is kind of like the glue that sticks all of Dwarf Fortress together. Which is why I'm still kind of on the side of, man, I'm really bummed out that they're not going to be releasing adventure mode alongside of Fortress mode, most likely, but it's fine. Dwarf Fortress sounds cool in a lot of ways, but in practice, meh. But, you know. I apparently need to take a 2-second toilet break. I will be right back. I would have been back quicker, but I had to ferry a bee out of my apartment. Or evict a bee from my apartment. There was a bee in my apartment sitting on my sliding glass door, so I had to run over there and open it and shoo it out. Poor bee. It was lost. Alright. So this down here can go away now. And this be a flow zone. So now we have the Cathedral of Fortifications and the Evil Chapel. Which checks out, because the Evil Chapel is the deity of misery and torture, and this is the deity of war and fortresses. Then this up here is just going to be kind of an anything goes temple. Temple, no specific deity. The Bitter Den. That checks out. How much of a pain is it to unretire a fortress? Lots of cleanup. I mean, like, you have to reassign all of your nobles. Some of your dwarves might have left, and there might be some new dwarves there. And items will be scattered around in places that they weren't before. But how much of a pain is it? I don't know. You have to rebuild all your stockpiles, basically. The last time I unretired a fortress, it took me like, I don't know, 40 minutes to an hour to kind of get everything sorted and ready to go again. It's kind of like just the result of how this game's clockwork system works, right? Like, I saw somebody commenting in the Future of the Fortress who was a new commenter. This was a couple of months ago. It might have even been last month, can't remember. But somebody commented and asked Tarn in one of the Future of the Fortresses, it's like, is there any way to make it so that dwarves don't just, like, put stuff or leave stuff strewn about everywhere when I unretire a fortress? And Tarn is basically just like, well, that's just the way the game handles its background simulation. So no, there is no way to avoid that. And I'm kind of glad that there is no way to avoid it. I like kind of the sense of, oh, the AI is not as good at running fortresses as the player is, which is just kind of how I take that to mean. But I guess for some people, it's this really annoying problem. For me, it's just kind of is what it is. Doesn't really bother me in particular. They're reciting poetry. It Will Tell is an example of the Velvety Pantomime. Still more of It Will Tell. They really do like that poem. But yeah, it's not that bad. You need to get some fucking fresh air. Sounds like you had a rough afternoon, dude. Go get some fresh air. Go take a break. Go relax. Go stretch your legs. Behave yourselves? Chat never behaves. Chat, mods are going AFK. Post memes. It's okay. Parents are gone. You can make noise now. Behavior is not your specialty? Does that mean you only have one behavior? I'm trying to think of like a way of like twisting that into like you only have like one programmed routine or something, but I'm like, I don't know what the words to use are to make that joke. So instead, I will simply describe the joke that I was trying to make and then make it not funny in the process. And now there's cleaning my glasses, put stuff on my glasses. Go fucking figure. Ah, there you go. Mods are AFK. Time to debug dance. There you go. Perfect. That works. Or mods are AFK, so it's time to click the cookie. I would never click the cookie. Don't you worry about it. Somebody needs to give Socks a sub so that they can debug along with the rest of us. How many cookies am I up to? Did total or for just this ascension? Currently, I'm at 1.07 quattrodecillion cookies. In this overall all-time baked in this current ascension, 317.607 quattrodecillion cookies. 743.287 duodecillion cookies per second currently. What, clicking the cookies or debugging? Oh, that's why that job's not getting done. They were suspended. I was like, why are you not making blocks? Oh, I thought that was just a normal ogre, not a blind cave ogre. I was like, I haven't seen one of those in ages. No, just a normal blind cave ogre. The multiverses will be pleased. You know, you just reminded me of multiverses. That, yo, it's you can be Batman and beat up Shaggy, the video game. I wish that game wasn't free to play. Because I have no interest in playing it because it's free to play. But if it wasn't free to play and it was just like, I don't know, like a $10 game, I would very much consider just buying that, because that game looks like dumb fucking fun. It looks dumb and it looks fun. It makes me sad that it's free to play and is full of like rotten free to play mechanics. It's just like, man, that would be nice to just like be Batman and kick the shit out of Shaggy. Such a weird combination of characters that they have. I'll invent computers to calculate things. People. Cookies. Charles. No, not like that. Cookie Clicker is like the least healthy clicker I've ever seen. But it is so good at what it does. Most healthy clicker I've ever seen is probably Space Plan, because it has an ending. Which is totally fine. And lovely. Cookies are inherently unhealthy. This is true. This is true. But only if you eat them all. I'm trying to like think of some sort of like a glass of wine a day is healthy analogy, but I currently don't have one, so. Because I'm pretty sure that it's not, actually. I don't think there is a good analogy for that. I guess it depends on how you make your cookies. You know, if you make those oatmeal raisin craisin cookies with 4 different kinds of nuts that I was talking about earlier, if you make those are pretty healthy. It's just oatmeal raisins and craisins and nuts and some sugar. And like cut the sugar in half. Like don't put the full thing of sugar into them. Like you can make some pretty healthy-ish cookies. In fact, I might make some of those to take backpacking because they're really good for backpacking. Well, at least they're praying. They're using the temple. A flesh ball. Flying Bezbin dive mines, Forgotten Beast Extract strikes the flesh ball in the body. The Forgotten Beast kicks the flesh ball in the right rear leg, and an artery has been opened by the attack. The flesh ball is propelled away by the blow. They're fighting sentient meatballs in the basement. Although one problem with abandoning or retiring and unretiring a fortress is if there's Forgotten Beasts in the basement, they're not necessarily going to be in the basement when you unretire the fortress. So there's a very real chance that you'll come back and all of those Forgotten Beasts will still be there, but up on the surface. Or like in your dining hall. Or not exactly where you want them to be, you know? So that's kind of a problem with re-embarking on a fortress. Is if you have like 20 Forgotten Beasts in the basement, you might want to rethink it. Although currently we do have this funky visitor, who's a vampire from a previous one of my forts who's overthrown by terror because they went insane in a previous fort. But because they're a vampire, they're never going to starve to death. But they are insane, so they have no, like, sense of self or needs or desires. And for some reason, they climbed up here, and they are suspended between those two boulders, and they've been there for the last 3 years. Yes. But it still doesn't take that long to put them back. Scammed? Oh, you know it. Dude, that's my first time. I've lost more than twice that many tickets today than I've gained, so I will take my first win of the day. Thank you very much. Oh, damn. Just ended early today. Today I learned that the people who made Clicker Heroes are the same people that published Cookie Clicker. And I also just realized that they released a poker RPG recently? Weird. Clicker Heroes people are strange. They're also the people who released this thing. The Eternal Castle Remastered, which isn't actually a new game. Weird. How can a poker role play? Well, I mean, it's a run-based card build or deck builder, but it's called Poker Quest. I don't know how much of a poker game. Yeah, it is actually a poker game. I don't know. It's called Poker Quest. Looks like poker. Sort of. It's in early access, apparently. I'm not going to say it's good. Ponzi schemed? I didn't sell you an NFT. Yet. Chad, do you remember when we were joking about making NFTs as merch for the stream? You guys remember that? There was like that one day where we're just like, what if I make a t-shirt that just says I bought an NFT and all I got was this stupid t-shirt? In hindsight, really happy I didn't do that. That was something that we joked about for a day. That was something that got joked about for a bit. Growing a bunch of plump helmets. Constructing things in this fort is actually slower than Long Death because of how few dwarves we have. Lots of dwarven wine. Yep. Dwarf Fortress has made me like weirdly obsessed with the concept of mushroom wine. And has made me really, 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 really want to try mushroom wine. And I know that you can make mushroom wine, and there are like wineries that make mushroom wine. What's the booze like in this fortress? Well, I can tell you that the cheeses are pretty varied. In fact, we made most of the llama cheese ourselves. But drinks, we have potato wine, dwarven ale, dwarven beer, dwarven rum, and dwarven wine. So pretty varied. Not a bad amount of potato wine, though. But if we go down to prepared meals, we've got nothing. Guess we have to start cooking. Potato wine, yep. It's like potato pancakes, but wine. Okay, I do have kitchens. Although I don't know if anybody's actually assigned to cook anything. Cheese for everyone. I mean, there's definitely enough cheese for everyone in this fort. Except for that turkey, who was found dead. Because we are in early spring once again. F's for the turkey, I suppose. Let's claim that and throw that stuff into the lava.
Cheese for everyone!
You know it's Space Pirate. I'm still waiting to find out what the blood or not blood, but the vomit's gonna look like in Dwarf Fort, because I don't actually think we've seen vomit yet. Pretty sure the only thing that we've seen so far in that record is there was a post a while ago before a lot of the sprites got redone, so I don't know if guts have been redone and bits and pieces like that have been redone. But we've seen like entrails hanging out of a dwarf while they're running, and we've seen like a bunch of internal organs, but we haven't seen like stuff just flying everywhere. Oh, is that sound command from? Go to Know Your Meme and type in cheese for everyone. It's from Elder Scrolls. Cheese seller. It was one of those voices that kind of became a meme. Along the lines of like, I used to be an adventurer like you, but then I took up arrow to the knee. Curious which video you linked. Oh my god, fraps.com. Like seriously, fraps.com. I wonder if anybody still uses fraps. Kind of a genuine question, that. I do sort of wonder if anybody still uses fraps. I've never actually played Oblivion. I played Oblivion. But I didn't like Oblivion. Also, I just got really distracted by a thing. Socializing. I feel like I should give these dwarves a break. Maybe they'll get married. And we can actually get some kids in this fort instead of just like, no migrants. You know, that comment of you've never actually played Oblivion. Chat room, what's a game that everybody's played that you somehow missed? Because I got one. World of Warcraft. Everybody's played World of Warcraft. I've never played World of Warcraft. Not even for a single second. Not once. Maybe I dodged a bullet. I don't know. People don't seem super happy about World of Warcraft these days, so I think I dodged a bullet. I mean, nobody in their right mind should have played Fortnite, so that's fair. Fortnite? I also haven't played Fortnite. I've never installed Fortnite. You've never played a Pokemon game? Call of Duty? You're not missing much. I played Warcraft. I've never played World of Warcraft. I played Warcraft and Warcraft 3. I've never played Warcraft 2. I have 2 Portal tattoos. But fair. I mean, if you have any interest in Portal, Portal's very frequently like $1. So you've never played any MOBAs? I can tell you this, your mental health is better off for it. Quite frankly, there's no difference between playing League of Legends once and instantly developing depression. Might as well be the same thing, frankly. Never played a Doom game? It's not quite Doom, but, wow, how come I can't find this? I literally had it in my itch.io the other day. I had a Pico 8 demake of Doom the other day, and now I can't find it. I was gonna give you a Pico 8 port of Doom so you could play Doom, but what, League of Legends? Reinhardt? League of Legends brings out the worst in people. Is something. Oh, here's an even better way to play Doom. Play Doom in an ASCII terminal. There you go. It looks like this. Although this is a terrible quality video. 720p? Bullshit. There you go. It's a ASCII Doom. It's a little dark, kind of hard to see stuff, but it's Doom. But ASCII. There you go. We'll play that instead. Best way to play Doom. Although apparently you need a WAD if you don't own Doom. So you still need to buy Doom. Or you need to download a WAD, which is basically just a level file. Look at all these. There's so many different Dooms on itch. So many. One finger Doom? Huh. Oh, this is the one I was thinking of. Boom! No wonder I couldn't find it. This is Doom that runs in a Pico 8. There you go. Which means it's Doom that could theoretically run on a Game Boy. It's called Poom. And it also runs on a web browser. Now you can go play Doom. You can say that you've played Doom. Go get your video game history. It also has mouse control. OG Doom didn't know what a mouse was initially. You don't know if you need to play it? Just play it for 10 seconds so you can say that you've played Doom. Online and tabletop tends to do that? Yeah, but like the second you add an anonymity into that, I also just kind of wanted to link Poom because I think Poom's neat. Doom 1 and 2 age extremely well. Like, Brutal Doom? Still a very good first-person shooter. Mole Marion is fighting with a Forgotten Beast. Well, the bright side, boulders are getting cleared out. I'm going to make another boulder, or I'm going to make a boulder stockpile over here, which I didn't have previously. But I don't know. You don't need to play. Like, you will survive if you don't play Doom, but Doom is still very good. Like, I wouldn't lose sleep over not playing Doom. But unlike, you know, something like Warcraft 3, Doom is super easy to play, accessible, and there's a billion versions of it on the internet. Many of them free. So. And oddly enough, it's not Doom, but like Quake still gets updates. Like original Quake still gets updates, which is kind of wild. You played a lot of Warcraft 3 and Command and Conquer, but not StarCraft. I've only played one Command and Conquer game. Only one. And that's Red Alert 2. I watched a friend play CNC 3, that really bad one. And I remember thinking to myself, this game's really bad. And my friend being really excited about it because he got it for his birthday that year. And me just watching going, this looks really bad. Why would you want to play this? I'm just being super confused by why he was so excited by it. Played a single match of StarCraft, and you've played StarCraft wrong, because the only way to play StarCraft is tower defense. Or Zergling Soccer. Zergling Soccer was pretty fun. You had a soccer ball that had physics, and then a Zergling on either side, and you played soccer. So Zergling Soccer was pretty great, and that's about it. Zergling Soccer was pretty great, and tower defense was pretty great. Actually playing StarCraft, nah. Yeah. It's for nerds with better eyes than me. I've never played Total Annihilation. I've played Planetary Annihilation. Oh, I've never played Dune 2, the RTS. I've played the original Dune, the weird RPG adventure game thing with like overworld strategy elements and stuff. I've played that, but I've never played Dune 2. Oh, I know something. I've played it. By that, I mean I've ran around in the opening area, but I can legitimately say that I've never played Legend of Zelda in the Ocarina of Time. Like, I've run around in, like, the starting zone when my cousin handed me the controller for 5 minutes, but I've never played Ocarina of Time. I would also say that I've never... Now I'm thinking. I've never played Smash Brothers Brawl. I've never played... Like, what are games that I've never played? Change me. The reason League of Legends trolling becomes an art form is because if you say anything even remotely bad, the game just auto-bans you from the game. Like, they just have a very, or not very advanced, but a very gimmickable, shitty auto-ban system that will just, like, bop you from existence out of the game. Like, you can't play anymore if you call somebody, like, a rude word. So the reason trolling in League of Legends is an art form is because they... In order to do it without getting banned, you have to not actually say offensive words. Hello, Tap Dancing Ninja. How are you? Cult, sort of. This faction, all of their gods are torture and misery and death, at least all of the popular ones. The queen is a Gelder. All, and I do mean all, of this faction's gods are represented by female dwarves. There's almost no male dwarves. By that I mean I've gotten almost no male migrants, and now I've stopped getting migrants. The population overall for this faction is very low, and the only male god that they worship is the god of reproduction and pregnancy. And also nobody worships him. So there's something strange going on in this fort. And also the only couple I have between dwarves, I think... Is it you? Yeah, it's Lab Chimp and Taco Nuva. And they're both ladies. Also, I have war elephants, so that's pretty good. It's a strange fort. At least by dwarf standards. So currently, I'm building a proper set of temples to the glorious gods. And then a library in this center room. What is the thing that I'm looking for here? Bookcases. Alt-C, of course. Of course it's Alt-C. Let's stop smelting ore for a little bit. Yeah, we'll just mint gold coins. I'm all right. All right. Having trouble keeping conversations going today, but aside from that, pretty good. Stray dog attacks the black bear. Well, that's not my tame black bear. No, it's not. Also, it looks like we have baby elephants. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Yeah, we've got a bunch of elephant calves. Look at that. We purchased tame elephants off of the humans, too. A game that I didn't play until way later, that I kind of feel like I missed in some ways. I didn't play Alpha Centauri until it had been out for... I didn't play Alpha Centauri until right before I moved out. Me and a friend bought copies of Alpha Centauri and played it online. You know, I've never seen it abbreviated to just the word smack before, and I don't know how I feel about that, but it makes sense. YouTube should retain your, like, assuming you have watch history turned on, YouTube should tell you just, like, what thing you listened to last. So, there is that. But if you're like, I can't remember what thing I was on, should be able to just start watching. You thought bugger that and let you catch a live stream. I mean, that's what the live streams are here for. But, I mean, Long Death ain't going anywhere. Although, like I've told people, Long Death is going to take a break when Premium releases. There will probably be, like, anywhere from 3 to 6 months, I would say, break from Long Death. Because I will be kind of stuck on Premium stuff. I'm probably working on Premium stuff. Oh, I understand what you mean. If you fell asleep and it continued playing and then you're like, I don't know where was oh god, because you could have gone through like 2 whole VODs in that time. But thanks for watching Long Death though. It's kind of interesting though, like you can really like see how my personality changes throughout Long Death. It's like I've made very noted efforts to be a nicer person since early Long Death. And there's a few points in early Long Death where it's like, man, Mean Blind still shows a bit here. Oh well. Live and learn. God. F1 Manager 2022 looks so good. God. I never thought I would say this, but I think I'm excited for a Frontier release. Black Bear has guzzled some dwarven rum. What? Do you guys know that bears can just show up and drink your booze? Because I didn't. Huh. I've seen thieves do that. I've never seen a bear do that. What, for Dwarf Fortress releasing? I think actually you're gonna get the opposite. Well, I think there will be some people who are just like totally lost, and then dwarves will die everywhere, and they'll be like, bah, and then they'll play one fort and never play it again. But I think that there will also be people who will be annoyed at how easy it is. I think that's actually more likely. Bears make themselves at home. It's like real life. I actually know where it is right now. Way down on the right side of the screen. Oh, there it is. It's lying down. What is that? Oh, I see. Her left rear paw is gone. Her right front paw is mangled beyond recognition. Did you try and fight with one of my, elephants? All right, where are you? There you are, bear. Let's just go kill you. Put you out of your misery. You are missing a paw, after all. At this rate, someone is going to confuse you for a possum. But yeah, I don't really play in, like, temperate forests very often, so I don't see black bears very frequently. Don't see black bears very frequently in DF. There was somebody posting GIFs on the subreddit yesterday about explosive cannons for a mod that they're working on. Okay, there's the bear. Perfect. Black bear is fighting. The hammerer bashes the black bear in the upper body with a silver warhammer, and the injured part explodes. Hit him in the upper body, and the injured part explodes. That's a lot of bear to go explode. But yeah, no, someone was posting on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit the other day. Where is it? Yeah, bomb launchers. Boom. That explode and spread fire. Apparently it's using modified gun code. But, yeah. So, someone's working on stuff. This is part of their goblin mod that they're making for the Steam release. I don't know if that sounds fun for sieges. That sounds really annoying for sieges. I've heard that, but... Does fire already exist in DF? Does fire exist in DF? What do you... Okay. Not to call you stupid or anything. Wait, what? What do you think happens when you take lava and you put it on grass? What do you think happens when a dragon breathes fire on grass? What do you think happens when a dragon breathes fire on dwarf? What do you think happens when dwarf fall into lava? These are all questions that need answers. Fire, yes. Naturally fire. Yes, fire's been in Dwarf Fort for a long time. You can also have forgotten beasts that are made of fire. In fact, I once had a titan show up, which was a marsh titan. It was made of fire. Oh, now, of course it turns into ice cream, yes, very much. It definitely screams, that part is true. But I had a titan showed up that was made of fire. It had horns and wings, and it came into the fortress and started blowing fireballs everywhere, and it was horrifying, and everything caught on fire, and it was a nightmare. And then it burnt down a tree, and a log that was sitting up in the tree fell onto its head, and it died. What was even more confusing about it was it just kind of vanished, and we couldn't find its body. And so we didn't actually learn that it died to the tree until I went into Legends mode and like looked up its name. And turns out it died due to impact speed of trees slamming into forehead. There is one thing I disagree with people about, I think, on the Steam version, is everybody looks at this UI and they go, this is 1,000 times better than the default screen, or than the current version, which I agree with. It is. But when I open the current game and I hit Z, it shows me my distribution of workforce, my population, my food stores, the different types of food stores, including other, which is important, and all of the values of things. This just shows me the number of people and who's happy and who's upset, which I'm not okay. That's not super helpful. Doesn't show me everything in my food stores, and it doesn't show me the value of anything. I just want a screen that has all of this information on one screen. Everybody's like, don't be afraid of change. It's like, it's got nothing to do with being afraid of change. It's the change is significantly less convenient than the original version. Like, literally, like, the change in that instance is less useful than the old version. I don't care about seeing all of the upset and happy dwarves on the same screen. That's not helpful to me. Do not care. And I want to know the total value of my fort with one button press. And that's frustrating. Hey, Stigmarius. Also, those barrels are looking colorful. Was it difficult to put the fire out on that one? Like the one where the log landed on its head? I think I just left the dwarves underground and waited for it to burn out because, like, it was above ground, right? It was a Titan, which is a Titan is just a also Twitch ups. I didn't say hi to you, but hello. A Titan is just a forgotten beast that spawns on the surface, right? So if I recall correctly, I just let the fire burn out because it'll just burn to the edge of the map and eventually run out of stuff to burn and the fire will just smolder out. So I just waited for it to burn out. But I mean, it literally scorched the entire surface. So, but yeah, fire is kind of a pain to put out in DF because you have to get water on it. So usually what I just do is I just wait for it to finish burning. Fire actually looks really cool in Dwarf Fort though. Kind of want a magma piston in this world. I don't know why. I think I might magma piston. Still minting gold coins. Let's see what the 209 coins look like. This is the gold currency of Shem Solon for the year 209. The front of the coin is a superiorly designed image of thigh-cut knot boots, the dwarf and dwarves. Thigh-cut knot boots is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the appointment of the dwarf thigh-cut knot boots to the position of outpost liaison of the Plank of Nations in the year 183, who was then replaced by Wilmer, I think. Yes. On the coin's back is a rendition of the bronze board, a masterfully designed image of dwarves. The artwork is the symbol of the Plank of Nations, a dwarven civilization. That's such a boring image. Our image is just an image of dwarves. What an uninteresting image. Beast killing a bug bat. But yeah, usually with Forgotten Beasts or Titans that have fire or are made of fire, I usually just wait for the fire to burn out. Because it usually doesn't take all that long, and it's usually just kind of worth the wait. At least in my experience, it was always just kind of worth waiting. It's like, well, we could go out there and like try and put this fire out, or I could just like wait for 5 minutes. Usually just the wait for 5 minutes is the is the better decision. There's a spider on that bed. Yep, there's a spider on that bed. It's resting? Yeah, but did you know that spiders give permanent debuffs? If you get bitten by a cave spider, you can get an uncurable debuff. Fun fact. Arcanids need rest too? Not on my bed, they don't. I do like spiders. I saved a spider this morning. Oh, sorry, no, not this morning. Last night. Yes. I saved a spider last night. There was a spider in my apartment. It was a little wolf spider, which are very important for the environment around here and very delicate and kind of stupid. And it was inside my apartment, so I figured it was lost. So I offered it directions and it refused. So I trapped it in a glass container and put it outside. I pointed at the door and said, you gotta go that way. And instead it kept walking into the apartment. I was like, dude, come on, turn around. You gotta be out, not, Typical spiders, never listening to directions. There's no food in here for it though, so it's like, it kind of has to listen. Otherwise it's just gonna end up being hungry. I'm thinking this spot is going to be a seed stockpile, I think. This is going to be a food stockpile right here. So go into here and we're going to be like, yeah, except the only food we're actually storing here is seeds. And there's going to be no barrels on this because it's a seed stockpile. And there's going to be no prepared food because it's a seed stockpile. Also, if anybody has any questions about Dwarf Fortress or the fort, feel free to let me know. Next thing you know, it has a food chute. Lock the bedroom door with the spider bed, and you know it has a food chute. I don't know what a food chute is. What's a food chute? Is that right next to the food target? Or like a garbage chute? I just do not know what a food chute is. Ever try Amazing Cultist Simulator? You mean Amazing Cultivation Simulator, or do you mean Cultist Simulator? Because those are two different games. And no. To either of them. I haven't played Cultist Sim, and I also haven't played Amazing Cultivation Simulator. Like a laundry chute? But for food? Whenever I see the word chute now, I just think about the disgusting slime chutes in Caves of Cud. It's the only thing that comes to mind now. Apparently, baby Elon coin rug pulled for $179,000. The token price plummeting 98% as the team withdrew 623 baby Elon coin. Well, $179,000. Rip. Not baby Elon. Of course, not baby Elon, not to be confused with baby Doge, not to be confused with mini Elon. I'm pretty sure there's another Elon coin. But I don't know. Well, yeah. And another one bites the dust. Web3 is great as a good Twitter account. How do these scams even get that money? Well, it's not that they're getting that money. The thing is like, there's... The thing is so there's cryptocurrency, right? Then there's other cryptocurrency. If people don't have money in a cryptocurrency, then there's no value to it. So if the founders of that cryptocurrency have the majority of the coin, what they can do is they can withdraw all of their coin that they own as the initial investment to give the coin value in the first place, and then transfer it into a different coin. And the act of doing that, royal treasure from the humans have arrived, and the act of doing that plummets the value down to nothing. So technically they've broken no rules because there's no law in a decentralized currency. So it'd be like a bank removing, or it would be like a bank selling or taking out all of the bank's money out of the savings accounts, and then suddenly your interest rates go down to nothing because there's no interest left to get. Except they're not allowed to do that. So it's literally like they just sell their stock, their portion of the stocks. But because there's no regulation, they can hold a majority stake with no repercussions. I also love how they don't wait for the dwarves to wake up. They just run right into the dwarves' office and just be like, we're going to stand here until you get up and work with us. We need to start bringing stuff up to trade. Coin! Few code artists doing incredibly beautiful stuff, and people gives their money to the lowest, ugliest degenerative jerk. I mean, I fully understand like the need to make a living in digital spaces, right? I fully get it. But the one thing my minor escapades into cryptocurrency has taught me is this is not the way. This is not the way to do it. Fortunately, like, you know, with more major cryptocurrencies, it is like, it's more stable. Like it would be a strange thing indeed if like Ethereum rug pulled, but could theoretically happen. There are rules? Yeah. Hello, goodbye. Einstein's fine. There is much to share. Information has been added to the civilization and world info. Request you have of our merchants. But now that I have elephants, though, I don't know what I want from them. Maybe just metal? I think just metal. Do they not have steel? Motherfucker, they don't have steel. And they also don't have iron unless I'm me and can't see. Yeah, no iron and no steel. Well then, how about instead... I mean, I don't need to import gold. I should be exporting gold. How about instead I just ask for quicklime? I suspect that there will be rules in the future. In the meantime, nothing but bad old behavior because it doesn't apply to this new stuff. Oh, do you mean like doesn't apply to crypto? Yeah, well, I mean, the problem is crypto loses all of its flair and excitement the second it's got legislation on it, you know? I mean, a friend of mine told me, he's like, well, crypto's dead. And this was a couple years ago when they started taxing crypto. And I'm like, why? And he's like, because they're taxing crypto now. I was like, they fucking should tax crypto. What? Anyway, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. It's like, it makes absolutely zero logical sense to not tax crypto. You know, maybe that feudal assholes in Dune were right and we should burn all computers. But then I wouldn't have this cool job. Maybe not all computers. Absolutely it does. But that's the second it started losing its allure for some people. But some people seem to think that taxing things is bad. All right, well, I can buy more elephants from them because they brought more elephants. Yeah, but some people don't give governments the opportunity to use taxes effectively. But whatever. That essay is from 1990. So it's old. What does that have to do with anything? 32 years? Four years older than me? That's a lot of miasma. We need to deal with that. Come on, guys. It means I can stop butchering animals now. There we go. Stop hauling those coins. Let's go do other things. That tends to be the case when it comes to economics. Change me. In your private conversations, every person who defended separating money from government was just saying, I want to evade taxes. Yeah, no. Almost always when I see people getting mad about things being taxed, it's because they want other people to be taxed, but they don't want to be taxed themselves. Which is, you know, goes back to problem exhibit A with our species, which is we're fucking selfish, which is why nothing ever works. Because we're so fucking selfish. Modern worldview which preaches unbridled technology and represents progress. Unbridled technology and unsustainable expansion represents progress. Yeah, which you know, this is the fun thing about discussing taxes, right? Tap dancing ninja. I live in Canada, right? And our tax money doesn't always go to the best place either. But if you don't like where your tax money's going, you have to vote for somebody else. But if you live in a really corrupt society, then you're kind of fucked into the corner of, well, all you can do is just be mad at everybody all the time. At which point, all I can say is, I'm sorry, you got to fix your country, right? And I don't have any other things to say about that. It's like, with Canada, if we don't like where our taxes are being spent, we have to vote for somebody else. And you got to do the same. It's just like when people tell me, it's just like, I can't live, or it's just like when people get mad at me when I talk shit about cars and they're like, well, gas is so expensive, I can't afford to get to work. It's like, well, you have to like live somewhere with better public transit. That's on you. And then they're like, well, I can't afford to live somewhere with better public transit. And then it's like, well, vote for better public transit. Unfortunately, because of how selfish people are, a lot of people just aren't going to vote for better public transit. Because the solution to shitty public transit for a lot of people is just get a car. Well, that's not a solution for a lot of people these days. A lot of people can't afford a car or don't want a car. It's a shame they lost the PR war and now Luddite is synonyms for tech inept. Yep. It's synonymous with tech inept. Yep. Well, see, you know who has a lot of money, though? Car companies. Stone. You know who lobbies the government a lot? Car companies. Car manufacturing. And car retailers. And car dealerships. They have a lot of money. And I like watching cars go fast. Cars are fun. But in order to fix a problem, you have to fix the problem. Where did you pull that from? Twitch ups? Oh, 1975. Okay, thank you. That's what I was looking for. Hello, Diamond. How are you? You're burning coal and above you is a wall of text. Yes, that is a wall of text. As I was reading it, I'm like, I think I've read this before. Well, I mean, yeah, because naturally we're moving into the science fiction. Into the science fiction? Into science fiction. Although I posted this on Discord, but this is also a fascinating bit of talk. It's also kind of funny seeing an older British man say that, referring to memification of the term boomer. It's like young people have memified our, young people have memified the meaning of the word boomer into meaning something else. But who said that pop singers are, well, artists, shall we say, are often more intelligent than they're given credit for. Except for Justin Bieber. Dude's an idiot. But, what? Oh, and Nickelback. Not going to give them any credit. And you ask yourself, this is not my beautiful house. And you think to yourself, that is not my beautiful wife. Letting the days go by. Water flowing under. How did I get here? It's great. That asshole makes painful songs? What's painful about that song? It's a fucking jam, dude. Listen to that song every day. Fucking love that song. The same as it ever was. I used to play that record on the stream. I own that record. Then Twitch started clamping down, or then record labels started noticing that people were playing music on streams and started DMCAing people, so no, I don't do that anymore. BRB, gotta listen to that song right now. You listened to it this morning? Does it look like I have 45 minutes time to look at a video? If it's a stream, it's okay to be 3 or 3 hours, but video now. Well, you've got more elephant calves. Today you're asking for help. Recommend low spec games for your shitty 10-year-old laptop on spotty hotel Wi-Fi. So free or low spec? Westnoth. It's free. It's on Steam. Will run on a potato. Yeah, I've seemed to have made our friend here Diamond a fan of Monster Fight, which is a little free game on itch. Kind of an interesting little thing. Oh, I know something that's free and light. This thing just came out. It's Vampire Survivors, but you can aim. And there's a dodge button. I will probably buy this and try this today because I'm curious about if it's any good. 20 minutes till dawn. Trying to think of other games. I mean, obviously, NetHack. I think I would be doing a disservice to myself if I didn't say NetHack out loud, right? But yeah, 20 minutes till dawn is the new hotness. I mean, I guess there's Vampire Survivors. Quake, yeah, Quake is cheap. Quake is cheap and can run on a crap top. Oh, this has nothing to do with running on a laptop, and it isn't cheap. But Stray has a release date, and I can't wait to play Cat Game. Blink twice if you heard that. Brogue is great. Yeah, Brogue is great. But yeah, I can't wait for Cat Game. I'm going to stream Cat Game. Looking forward to Cat Game. You just arrived, no idea what we talked about? It's fine. I mean, it'll run DF. Just don't like do the biggest possible embark. But anything will run DF. A netbook from 10 years ago can run DF. I know, I've done it. My older sister's netbook, specifically. And it ran just fine, too. Also, I'm like weirdly excited. Cat Game, aka Stray, will run on a 780, meaning it'll run on a pretty old computer. I mean, seriously. Look at this thing. Cat Game. It's like a stealth game, but you're a cat. I mean, come on. Who isn't excited about this? You can't wait to play as a cat? Yeah. Sci-fi cyberpunk kitty cat. Let's go! Solitaire? Solitaire is pretty great. I can... Actually, here. I have a game for you. That'll run on a potato and entertain you. Shit. Well. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Sometimes you just gotta sweep some minds, you know? Anyway. I don't think that you guys want me to just play Minesweeper, but that'll run on a crap top. I'm still playing Minesweeper. Shit. My life now. Letting the days go by. Indeed. There we go. I intentionally clicked on a mine. I'm free now. True. Cookie clicker's free. Yeah. You might be the vocal minority. I would say right now that you probably are. I mean, Twitch integrated voted Minesweeper? You mean like people would vote on what tile? You'd need a pretty large crowd to play it, and as much as I love Minesweeper, I don't think enough people give a shit about Minesweeper to actually do that. So that sounds absolutely horrible. I mean, most Twitch integrated games like that are absolutely horrible. Most of them are, but. Hobo's Minesweeper? I don't know what Hobo's Minesweeper is. Does Hobo play Minesweeper? I don't actually understand something. Who made the Minesweeper in Discord? B-Lug. Not Hobo. The thing about that I don't understand, or one thing that I don't understand a lot of things, because I'm a pretty dumb person, but one thing that I really don't understand is why do people seem to think that just adding Twitch integration to random shit makes it better? In almost every situation where I've played a game that has had Twitch integration, the Twitch integration has made the game significantly less fun and significantly worse. Dwarves are just throwing out garbage and chucking it into lava. I've never been in a situation where it's like, oh, here's Twitch integration for this game, and then it makes the game more fun. It always just makes the game less fun. It often, at the very least, for the streamer. Maybe chat enjoys it for a period of time, but then chat gets bored of it, and then it stops being fun for anybody. I genuinely think that adding Twitch integration to your game is the biggest waste of time you can possibly have. And actually, one of my biggest fears about Premium Dwarf Fortress is that some fuckwit's going to come along and be all like, here's a Twitch integration mod for Dwarf Fort, and everybody's going to stream with that, and no one's actually going to enjoy Dwarf Fortress because they're just going to play with that because chat wants to throw money at streamer to play with that, and it's going to ruin the game. That is my biggest fear about Premium Dwarf Fortress, is that someone is going to do that, and I will be so sad if that's the case. And chat tries to make it harder or distracting. Yeah, that also sounds awful. Like, nothing about that sounds fun, entertaining, or enjoyable. Tap Dancing Ninja. Yeah, and the few games that were built around Twitch integration are financial failures. I mean, I can't even find it. Here it is. Choice Chamber. This is like the original, like, built around Twitch chat video game, right? Doesn't have a lot of reviews. Nobody plays it. Nobody remembers it. And it didn't do very well because you need Twitch chat to play this game. There's a few of them. Little Kitty Big City. There's a 1-minute trailer. It's the loveliest animation. Little Kitty Big City. I just want Stray because it's Cyberpunk Kitty, but that's the one I'm thinking of. Yes. No, I'm not interested in this one. This is too wholesome and boring. I want Cyberpunk cat stealth game. Better cat game. That's not Minesweeper. That's just Dwarf Fortress, though. No. Absolutely not. Because, like, the thing is, everybody's just like, it depends on what it does. No. It doesn't. Literally, okay, so when something spawns at the edge of the world, it names it after a person from Twitch chat. That person is then a legendary figure in the world and loses their original name. which gives them a false sense of importance within the world and ruins the kind of coherent feeling that is Dwarf Fortress. So unless it's somebody that I've named and I have memory of naming and I read the description of the person and we talk about that character in game, unless we go through that process, it's just, oh, look, it's Mubot. That doesn't add anything. That just detracts from the world building. And I don't like that. No, I just want Stray. I need to be love cats and robots. So every single instance of Twitch integration I've ever experienced in my entire Twitch streaming career has done nothing but make me want to play games less. And I think that the opinion that truly matters in this instance is the streamer. But, you know. It's certainly made me money. But that's all it is. And whenever Twitch integration pops up for games, the only behind-the-scenes conversations I see between streamers is, oh, that'll make money. Never anything else. Yeah, and then you build up this audience of people who don't care about the game. How does that help anybody? You have an audience of people that don't care about the game, playing in a way that doesn't benefit the game, that makes it harder to stream it because then suddenly a large portion of the audience is just going to want the silliness and goofiness of Twitch chat integrate. All I'm saying, without going into like a whole history lesson, the main reason I stopped playing RimWorld and learned to hate RimWorld is Twitch chat integration. That is the main reason. Was Twitch chat integration. That stupid fucking mod quite literally ruined the game for me. And not because I ever played with it. I played with it once for about an hour and went, I hate this. But because every single day I streamed that game, I'd have a handful of people ask me when I was going to play with Twitch chat integration. Ruined the game for me. It just got so fucking annoying. Just every single day, multiple people asking. And I don't want that to happen with Dwarf. It'll make me real sad when it does. It's going to, but I can't wait until that fad, like every other fad, just fucks off. Once people just kind of realize that Twitch chat integration is not a benefit to games, life will be much easier as a streamer. Well, for RimWorld, yeah. It's too late. I don't want to ever play that game again. How can any chat integration make me want to play less? Because it makes me mad at my chat. It makes me pissed off at my chat. It makes me get annoyed at my chat, which makes the whole process and, like, it makes the whole process of playing the game less pleasant. You can always block chat that you don't want to see. So then you have no chat? Okay, what's the point of streaming then? You're asking a channel that has a pretty small chat, right? You know, there's like 3 people, 4 people talking. If all of you guys were doing nothing but typing in Twitch chat integration stuff, there's no chat anymore to begin with. There's just a chat that's making my game less pleasant. What part of that is pleasant? You're a really tiny chat. That's not what I mean, but you know what I mean. Come on. I mean, if there's just like Twitch integrations, like here's a map printout, that's one thing, but that's not Twitch integration. That's like viewer tools. That's like a different thing. That's not integrating Twitch chat in. That's simply giving you like an external display piece. That's not chat integration. That's an extension, I think is probably the word to use. Chat integration is when chat has control over a thing. I don't know how that's a better topic, Stone. It's more like a different topic. This is actually a relevant topic that people want to talk about. Might as well keep talking about it. Save the pineapples for when there's nobody talking about anything. I can tell. I can tell. Miasma, yeah, it's coming out of the butcher shops. Yeah, then you don't like Twitch chat integration, because integration is when they're interacting with your game directly. No shit, Darksen. Which is why Twitch chat integration ruins games for me. And why it's so unpleasant. And why it makes me not want to play the game anymore. What I have experienced is there's never been a single game in my entire life that is improved by Twitch chat having control over my game. I don't know how else to explain it. Really? I got no damaged clothing? That's impressive. I don't know, Long Death? I don't really have many super cool structures outside of Long Death. I mean, I do a terrible job of remembering the names of my forts, but like, I don't know. Hotbeards had pretty cool water cannons. Yeah, the lava trap in... Was that Angel Razor? Pretty sure that was Angel Razor. God, I need to delete that command. Thanks for reminding me. It's fine, Diamond. No, I don't. I don't know. I don't really have a favorite thing that I've built. Feels so long ago. I mean, it was like over a year ago. It was such a failure of a show. It's a damn shame. All right. Caravan number 2 arriving. $8 million hours makes it hard to have favorites. I don't know about that. Isn't that what you're getting right now, Tap Dancing Ninja? Although I think I'm going to retire this fortress in a minute. After I go get lunch. Not that this fortress is bad, but... Well, actually, no, I can't, because if I come back, I will get attacked, so I have to kill those forgotten beasts. So then I can't retire this fortress in a minute. What about pizza? Are you asking if I'm having pizza for lunch? Absolutely not. It feels like there's 8 million hours. I've got nothing against pizza. Pizza just doesn't like me. It's slow releasing fatty carbs, which is the equivalent of blurry vision, head pain, headaches, the equivalent of feeling like high blood sugar, swelling feet, sore limbs, achy joints, my eyes degrading rapidly. It's high in carbs and slow releasing carbs, meaning it's very hard for me to correct for it with my insulin, making it painful at best to eat. As a type 1 diabetic, I like pizza. Pizza's great. I've eaten 2 pizzas in the last 2.5 years. Well, 1.5 pizzas in the last 2.5 years. So, I'm not a pizza fan. Do I eat pizza particularly frequently? Absolutely not. Just like bananas. Bananas want to kill me. No, I will be eating a simple sandwich made with a pickle, some cheese-like material for vegans, and tomato and some lettuce. That will be my lunch. To buy some steel anvils. I will melt those down. Can't quite afford all of those. That sounds delicious. Firelight. The forgotten beast, Ib Umbagrano, has come, a huge alligator with external ribs. It has large mandibles and it undulates rhythmically. Its sea green scales are jagged and close set. Beware its noxious secretions. Also, there's like this kind of unfortunate problem that I think a lot of streamers have, where they have horrendously terrible for you diets. And it gives streamers kind of just a bad... What's the word I'm thinking of here? It gives streamers a bad name because people are just like, oh, streamer, go eat pizza for lunch. It's like, nah, you don't. You're sedentary. You sit in one place a lot because of your job. You should try and compensate by eating way healthier, not the other way around, which unfortunately is what ends up happening in a lot of instances. Foreign as to what? Because I can't give you a foreign perspective to my local prices, but it's about the same. Also, if you're stupid about how you grocery shop, like anything can be really expensive. What is its second name? I think it's already left, my dude. Yeah, it's not even on the map anymore. Yeah, I mean, vegan food is cheaper. I mean, if you buy, like, vegan sausage and vegan chicken-like material chicken nuggets, those are way more expensive. But if you buy, like, beans and tofu, it's significantly cheaper, which is what I eat a lot of. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure you can buy soybeans and nuts. I'm sure that you can buy rice and beans. I'm sure that you can buy oats and grains. You don't need tofu. Tofu is just an easy source of protein that's cheap. Like, the Korean market up the street from me has, like, I can buy a brick of tofu like that for almost nothing. But, like, 3 chicken breasts here is the price of a week of food. So, although I'm not technically vegan, I'm pescatarian, but like 90% of my meals are vegan. And I only really buy fish during the salmon run when I can buy a whole salmon for like $12. Would you break getting NDA when getting Steam release, or rather, would you break NDA of the NDA, or would you say, fuck no, I'm not going to... I would never break an NDA. There are multiple NDAs that I've signed currently that I'm not going to break. Why would anybody in their right fucking sane mind break any NDA for any reason? Are you an idiot? Why would you even ask me that question? The fuck's wrong with you? If you sign an NDA, you don't break the fucking NDA. The hell, man? That being said, I would download a car. So... yeah, it's like, hey, would you destroy any potential future in this industry, is what you're asking me. Would I? No. The fuck? Why would you ask that? Like, to give you an idea, my little sister works in game QA, right? And for a while, the company that she worked for, one of the contracts they had was with Fortnite. One of her coworkers, who she knew, leaked a screenshot of the new Fortnite map. Is that the... no, that's Brisbane. God damn it. Leaked a screenshot of the new Fortnite map. TLDR, he's no longer employable in the industry, will never get a job in the industry ever again, and is currently getting sued by Epic Games. You don't break NDAs. It's that simple. So why do you ask me that stupid fucking question? Diamond? I'm waiting for your answer here, man. Hello, little son. How are you? How about that baby Doge rug pull? Or, no, baby Elon rug pull, not baby Doge. I was gonna say, what's a sloth? A sloth. No? No. I could have access to it right now and I wouldn't tell you. I don't, but I can even show you my Steam library as proof. I don't have access to it. But if I did and I was told not to say anything, I wouldn't say anything. But that being said, every person that I know who has access to it, and I know a person who, actually I know two people who have access to it. Every person I know who has access to it haven't had to sign NDAs. But why would I tell you? Like, literally, like, there is no logic to the question that you're asking. Like, so I'm really curious as to why you've gotten this, like, route of logic. It's like, if I sign a legal contract saying I'm not going to say shit about a thing that I have so that I can get to work on things early, where would the logic be in me saying I'm going to leak that? Where would the logic be there? If Kit Fox gave me a thing early so that I could get to work on it, why would I tell you? I already have it. That only benefits me at that point. To put it bluntly, I've signed NDAs right now. Not for Dwarf Fortress. I haven't signed anything for Dwarf Fortress. But there are NDAs that I've signed right now. I will never tell you or even hint at any of the things that those NDAs are for. Because all that does is ruin my potential career. And like Pink said, bragging rights is not a logical reason to break a contract. all it does is prove that you are an immature shithead who shouldn't have the job that you have. If you go breaking contracts just to brag to people. It simply means that you are not enough of an adult to have your job. And someone else should do your job for you. I'm not going to elaborate anymore, Tap Dancing Ninja. You can use your brain and figure the rest out. Although I will say this, I signed an NDA to never talk about a game that has been canceled. That will also never surface. Signed that NDA like 4 years ago, and I can talk about it in 6. So there's that. So most of the NDAs that I've signed aren't really relevant, but I'm still not going to talk about them. I just know for a fact that that game's been canceled. And the studio doesn't exist anymore, I don't think. That I can say. Only 6 years, yep. You're still under an NDA for a game made in 2001? Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, when it comes to, like, let's just say a release NDA, right? Like, if I sign an NDA for Dwarf, well, there's a difference between an NDA and an embargo, right? If there's an embargo on Dwarf Fortress, like say I get a key for Dwarf Fortress Premium Edition, right? And it's under embargo, and the embargo is I can't release any footage of the game until after a certain day at a certain time. I could talk about it all I want. That's not an NDA. If I sign an NDA saying I'm not allowed to say that I have it until X day at X time, I can't say that I have it. I can't say anything. If it's just an embargo, which most people confuse with NDAs, oh, fuck yeah, I'd brag about it. Because it's just an embargo. And an embargo is just you can't, unless the embargo states specifically, you can't state that you have this. That's very rare on embargoes. Most embargoes are just, you can't stream it or put up footage of this thing, or we will content strike you until after this day at this time. So if there's an embargo on Dwarf Fortress and I got key for it, fuck yeah, I'd sit here and be bragging at you. I mean, it's just like when Warhammer 3, 2 days before it came out, I was watching a stream, and he had Warhammer 3, and we all knew that he had Warhammer 3, and he's just like, I could play the game that I'm in the directory for, which was Elden Ring, and then he just like tabs over to Steam and just like shows his library and shows Warhammer 3 with 40 hours in it already. He's like, or I could do this thing that I've been doing off stream all day, every day since I got it. But unfortunately, we can't yet. It's like, so yeah, if there's an embargo on a thing, you can brag about it. But if there's an NDA on a thing, I wouldn't risk losing my place in this industry for a stupid thing like that. Like, as an example, XQC broke NDA on Overwatch 2 because he accidentally launched Overwatch 2 instead of Overwatch 1 one day. That's accidentally breaking an NDA. I mean, most normal human beings outside of work should never need to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Non-disclosure agreements are actually like kind of scary and dystopian, and I kind of hate them. That's a big break. Yeah, well, I mean, quite literally, all it was for him was double-click the icon, and it launched Overwatch 2. He saw the logo, and he went, ah! And then just, like, shut his stream down. Because he's an idiot. And doesn't deserve his place in this industry, but, here we Some more than others. Isn't that the same game? Right? Except it's 5v5 instead of 6v6. After 6 years, it was a paint drying simulator. I wish it was that boring. He hurts your head? Hurts my ears when he screams like a small child. Need a coin stockpile. N. It's gonna be a bunch of stuff moved there pretty quick, I think. Although I do like to think that that is why you watch me, you know? It's because I'm not obnoxious like XQC. I've never gotten married, so fortunately I've never had to sign a wedding contract. Although, I personally think weddings are pretty dystopian and scary. But, yeah. I'm also not planning on getting married ever, so I have that advantage. Just kind of an unfortunate advantage, but still an advantage. Get rid of all of this making gold coin stuff for a bit. Let's get rid of making rock blocks. And just keep that. Let's just let them put everything away for a little bit. I mean, gotta get content from somewhere, right, Tap Dancing Ninja? Although, I'll be honest, like, to this day, I still don't understand why people watch me. DF is cool, but you haven't played 3 years. So what you're saying is, DF is great, but have you watched Blind? They never made it long? Man. Mine either? Mine either as well. Mine either's are showing. What? Well, that's kind of crazy, though. Now I'm trying to think. It's like, what game released in 2001 that had servers that were not up for 1,000 hours? But I'll never guess. So, not going to bother worrying about it. Although I did teach my little sister that she has to be better about NDAs, because I was talking with my little sister one evening, and I asked her a few questions about like what she was working on after she stated that she couldn't say what game she was working on because of NDAs. And then I named the game that she was working on after asking like 3 probing questions. I was like, you need to be better at not giving those away. So I don't know if I'm a mean big brother for tricking her into breaking NDA, or if I was like good practice as to how not to, or how to like avoid people who know how to make you break an NDA, because it's not hard. Very few channels play roguelikes and such. Yeah. Well, I mean, my plan for the evening is Jupiter Hell, so we'll be doing more roguelikes and such. I want to finish that ultra-violence run that I have going before my next Hyper Strange stream. So the answer is I'm an asshole, but also good practice. Fortress attracted no migrants. Dude, we have gold coins. What more do you want? Come on. Also, my home faction doesn't even trade with me anymore, which is real sad. They traded with us once. They sent one trade caravan and then stopped. This is absolutely a cult. Come back to us, Wilmer. We miss you. I really wish that you could send messengers to the mountain home. I wish that there was like more functionality there. I do think people, and like this is streamers' faults as well. Streamers specifically need to get better at differentiating between NDAs and embargoes, because a lot of people use those two terms completely interchangeably. NDAs are not embargoes, and embargoes are not NDAs. But very frequently, I will see people refer to NDAs as embargoes and back and forth. Like the vast majority of games that I get early aren't NDA'd. The vast majority of them are embargoed. And it's like, if they require me to sign an NDA, almost all times I just say no. I won't take it. Last example of a game that required an NDA that I didn't sign was Evil Genius 2. They needed an NDA and you could only stream up to certain points. And I said no, because I didn't want to have to deal with trying to figure out what I could and couldn't say about the game. So I just didn't bother. Because I was like, that seems like work. So instead of dealing with that work, I just, didn't. I'm kind of happy I did, because like that game ended up making a lot of people feel ripped off, and a lot of people weren't very happy with the outcome of that game. So that's also, I think, the fault of streamers. I don't have a lot. I'm not going to say how many I have, but I don't have a lot. And I know what they are, and none of them are relevant, so it's fine. Except for that one where the studio doesn't exist anymore, which is kind of funny. Also, I have this curse. Some people would say it's a gift, but I call it a curse. I'm cursed with this thing called really good memory. Like, I don't even have a calendar that I keep of like appointments and meetings. I just remember them because I've never needed one. Like, what's the purpose of keeping a calendar when I just remember everything? You have a real bad memory? That sucks. Sorry, man. Carrying a bin? Sometimes you have a hard time remembering what day of the week it is. By the time I'm finished stream... Dwarf, are you okay? By the time I finish my three-day stream week, the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday streams, I can't remember what day it is. And then I remember by Friday. Oh, it's Friday. It's like, is it Tuesday? By Thursday. Or is it Wednesday? On Thursday. Like, I never know what day it is by Thursday because I stream so much, but I also never set up any appointments for Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday because I stream so much. Kind of sad. I was hoping you'd go the other direction, Dwarf. Okay, well, let's do 2 there. 3 there. I want the rest to go into the coins. I mean, having a good memory just means that you remember terrible things that happened to you. Oh, geez. Is this a... This is a temple, right? Yeah, okay. So let's retire that location. I don't actually want them using that location. I want you guys to go up into this lovely temple I made for you and pray up there, damn it. So these dwarves need an opportunity to go and pray. Yeah, some people are like miraculously good at forgetting shit though. I mean, it doesn't really matter what it is. Also, 62% of statistics like that are made up, Slava, but yeah, I don't know. It doesn't really matter what it is, just having a good memory is a curse. Although my reading comprehension is terrible. But I have really good memory, so. Like, I have to read the same thing like 4 or 5 times to comprehend what I just read. But if I'm told I have an appointment on Thursday at 3 p.m., I won't forget that for, like, ever. Someone just commented on Reddit. Overlapping bedrooms give negative thoughts now. Goodbye royal communal bedroom, I guess. That was a very useful exploit. And I just informed them. It always has given them negative thoughts. They're just minor negative thoughts. It's like, it's been that way, like, for a very long time, overlapping rooms. But if you just put enough gold statues in there, it don't fucking matter. Do I have an appointment at 3 p.m. on Thursday? I fucking better not, because I'll be streaming at 3 p.m. on Thursday. Well, actually, no, I do have an appointment. It is streaming. I do have a concert at 8 p.m. on Saturday, though. Get to go see Blackwater Holy Light. Get to go see a bunch of hot witches do, like, I don't know. What's the word I'm looking for here? Satanic rituals on stage. Let's go. I love how often I have to reassure people that yes, you can rebind all of your hotkeys in Dwarf. Guys, what music are you singing specifically? The Radiance and Cardinal Morning is an example of the intricate luxury. The work has no particular subject and the composition is passable. It's a form of music used for entertainment, originating in the Plank of Nations. They ain't bearded, but they are witches. Witches doing witchy things? Satanic rituals? Let's go. I'm going to be really high at that show. It's going to be fun. You hardly feel like you're the same person you were 10 hours ago? I really like the, due to cell degradation, it's like, every 30 years, you're quite literally a different person because none of your cells are the same cells in your body that they were 3 decades ago. It's like every 3 decades, we are a completely new body. Just kind of wild because our cells are replicating and replacing each other and healing and changing. But well done, Diamond. Solid win, man. In the mid-autumn of 202, Stoned Hobo ceased to be the manager of the Murky Air. Yeah, because he was bad at it. I don't know, are we? Three decades ago, you wasn't a person? Well, that's a you problem. Same, though. Our bodies are like a very slow wave going through matter. Now say that in a way like it matters. Sorry, I just wanted to make a pun out of matter, but just like matter and very slow waves, my body doesn't matter. Ah! Mind is software, bodies are disposable. Super hot. Super hot. Super hot. Hot. Raz, are you lurking right now? I don't think you are. You're at work. I think I may have just thought of a sound command for you. I'm going to give Raz super hot. Because I've owed Razlime a sound command through Patreon for about 6 months, and they've just never sent me one. So the other day they were like, hey, could you just like come up with something and give me a sound command? I'm just going to like get that sound bite from super hot and just give them super hot. No, not my precious hair. Never shave head. Shaving head bad. My hair is my source of my power, naturally. But does air irritate? No, but like, or not here. In like downtown Los Angeles, as an example, the air kind of has this, and chat's going to be like, oh, that's because of the temperature. But no, the air just feels dense. And the only way I can describe it is like, it's thick with pollution. So at places that are very polluted, the air feels dense to me. And that's the only way I can describe it. That's called a breeze, Stone. Oh, that's because of the temperature. No, it's because of the high levels of pollution. But no, like after a day outside in Los Angeles or a polluted city, it doesn't need to be Los Angeles. That's just the closest one to my mind that I can think of that I've been to. But any heavily polluted city, I get like this weird sticky feeling to my skin, and it's not sweat. It's like this like layer of grime that just builds up just by walking around outside. So I can feel that air, but here I feel wind, and that feels pleasant. This is like a nice feeling when I move my hand around. That's not irritating. That's a pleasant feeling, whereas the feeling of pollution in air is scary. Speaking of irritating, though, this dwarf over here is meditating on the concept of torture. How lovely, Lab Chimp. The militia commander is meditating on torture. Sheesh. That's the nanobots? Oh, right, yes, of course, naturally. That's the nanomachines. Son! S&M. Am I going to need to go off on simulation theory again today like I did yesterday? Simulation theory is just a creation theory for assholes. Such is the religious freedom of this fortress. I want to see actual religious persecution happen in a dwarven fort. Like, I want to see a group of dwarves just get expelled for no fucking reason because, like, they are part of a different religion. I know that sounds awful, but, like, it happens in Legends mode, and I'd love to see it happen in Fortress mode. Falling as snow in the Antarctic. So, there's a song called I Don't Want to Live Here Anymore. That. We already simulate hate well enough. I don't think we need to simulate it better, frankly. But, I mean, Dwarf Fortress already has simulated hate. You just need a dwarf that doesn't like people who live differently or appear unusual from themselves. Just need to find a dwarf that looks like that, and then put them next to an elf, and they'll get into arguments constantly. But that's really sad. Wave depletion. I think somebody just encountered a cute dog in the hallway, because all of a sudden I heard this weird squeeze sound coming from outside, followed by a barking sound. So I think somebody just encountered a cute dog. There's more squealing now. I just want to see it happen in front of me in Dwarf. You know, I finally found a good comparison to what it's like to force a dwarf to drink nothing but water. It's like trying to survive a year or weeks on end with nothing to drink except for ranch-flavored soda. Any sort of group thinking, DF? Please distill statement down to more understandable terminology. What? Like, because like there are religions that form. There are obviously different factions. What do you mean by groupthink? Yeah, every faction has cultural values. They all learn different dances and forms of music based on what faction they're from and where they live. Like, this specific form of poetry is an example of the Horay creature. The work has no particular subject. It has a hint of viciousness to it, and it is masterful. It's a poetic form concerning the hunt, originating in the Plank of Nations. So only dwarves who have lived in or have been to the Plank of Nations will know this form of poetry, and potentially a dwarf from this area could go somewhere else and, like, I could play an adventurer dwarf from this faction who knows this form of poetry because they're from this faction, and then go all the way across the world to a dwarven faction that doesn't know this form of poetry and start singing the poems a whole bunch, and then they'll start to learn the poems along with me, and then start a fortress at the other end of the map in that faction, and there's a chance that dwarves that encountered that adventurer might show up in my fortress, and those dwarves might know this form of poetry. Does that answer your question? I think it does. But, like, that's the closest thing, that's the closest example I can think of to something like a hive mind or groupthink in EF. Just, like, at the tip of my fingers. I hope not. This shithead's back again, god damn it. Well, as I've told people before, it is possible for dwarves to name the player. It is possible. And there's only one way to find out. And that's by crushing a dwarf with a drawbridge and looking at who did it. But the way I describe the player's presence in Dwarf Fortress is we're Q from Star Trek. We're John Delancey. I mean, first off, who doesn't want to be John Delancey? I mean, that's the first thing. But, like, that is our role in Dwarf Fortress. We are John Delancey. We are Q. For non-Star Trek people, omnipotent being who is just here for fun and entertainment and spends most of his time fucking with the humans and also trying to be human. Let's see if I can find that screenshot. Hold up. I'm looking for a specific Star Trek screenshot without, like, just getting pictures of ice cream. Nope, can't find it. There's John Delancey saying, I'll have 12 ice creams. Unfortunately, can't find it. Oh well. But for non-Star Trek people, you should just watch Star Trek. And then you'll know what you've been missing. That's the actual proper answer. It's not like omnipotent being that, like, is all powerful and can snuff entire civilizations, cultures, and species out of existence by blinking. That's Q. It's like, we are all powerful, we have total control, and we're only here for our own entertainment. That is the player in Dwarf Fortress. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't watch all of the Star Wars movies. Only 3 of them are worth watching. Well, yeah, only 3 of them are worth watching. I was gonna say only 2 of them are worth watching, but you kind of need episode 5. Way more into fantasy than sci-fi? I mean, Star Wars is fantasy. There's fucking space wizards and magic in that show. Star Trek is sci-fi. Star Wars is technically sci-fi fantasy, but whatever. Ship mines in E&M model are a bit like that. Super intelligences across the galaxy with a few million people inside, because humans are entertaining and endless source of mild drama. Yes. Speaking of ship mines, did you get to play through Citizen Sleeper, Chubbs? Because I seem to recall you stating that you were going to play it in the comments section. I'm curious if you got around to it. Thinking of selling your guitar and getting your new one? How are you benefited by getting a new guitar? What would a new guitar do that your current guitar can't? You stopped watching, you haven't had... Okay, so you haven't had the chance to play it yet. And you need to dig through this in order to do the thing that I actually want to do. Took a dive into that artist. Damn, they're good. You're jealous of how much personality they can pack into a single illustration. Yeah, I mean, for a game with no animation, it's got so much character. So much character. I'm still just impressed that, sorry to just completely dive into a different subject, that Citizen Sleeper single-handedly manages to have one of the best science fiction worlds, some of the best writing, and maybe the most satisfying ending I've had in a video game in, I don't know, since Portal 2? It's been so long since I've had all of that goodness in one package, but... it's fantastic. If you haven't played Citizen Sleeper and you like a lot of reading, go play Citizen Sleeper for the love of everything. It's so good. Well, I'll just tell you that the ending is good. Well, rather, there's multiple, but the one that I got was very good, and I've watched some of the other ones, and they're also very good. So, ending is very good. Like, it literally nails it on every front. Like, I also played through the very dense reading game Norco this year, right? The ending of Norco kind of missed the mark. And it got a little slow towards the latter half. Like, there was points towards the second half where it's like, all right, it's time to just, like, skip through some of this. Or, like, speed up or read faster or, like, not pay as much attention because it's like, nah, fuck it, whatever. And then the ending was interesting but not that satisfying. I enjoyed the ending, but didn't quite stick the landing. Citizen Sleeper sticks the landing. I haven't seen a single... Captain of Industry is another conveyor belt game, right? I saw a couple screenshots of it and just noped out immediately. Kind of assumed it wasn't for me. Good to hear that has good music, though. I think that there's a few interviews with the Jump Over the Age, who's the programmer and designer / writer. It's one person. But I don't know. Outside of that, it's Factorio-ish. Yep, I'm out. But more realistic. Yeah, true. Factorio is not very realistic. Factorio is a little bit out of this world, to put it simply, but... Also, if anybody's wondering what I'm doing, I'm filling in these hallways for one reason: aesthetics. I started realizing recently that I like these kind of multiple walls kind of glued together look. But, you know. Yeah, I saw Cringer was playing a bunch of Captain of Industry. I think a few of my teammates have as well. You want a short, tight, interesting the game? Damper Nocturne? Well, unfortunately, I don't really need more games right now. Unless it's like something that really speaks to me on its own merits. Odds are pretty good. I will just pass. Usually the case. Hey, Pi. How are you? Do you have a link for it, though, Chups? Links are more useful than just stating a title. Because that requires people to go search for it. And a link, people can just be like, click. Sort of like how it's super redundant for people to tweet, I'm live on Twitch, and not actually link it. Yeah, I don't know what that means. And also, you still haven't, like, linked it, so it's still not helpful, but okay. But I already looked it up, so don't worry. I don't see why I couldn't stream this, but... Sure, but I don't know. Do the game and yourself a favor, and everybody's frustration a favor. If you're going to recommend a game, and then immediately say don't stream it, you might as well recommend a game and then unrecommend it, because the person that you're talking to is a streamer and you're watching a stream right now. So if you're like, not for streaming though, it's like, well, is it porn then? Like, anything can be streamed. Like, I've streamed text adventures. Like, it's not like certain types of games can't be streamed. But whatever. Doesn't matter. In fact, many people will tell you that Dwarf Fortress shouldn't be streamed. Chat can ruin it. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to play it, but it's literally you recommending a game and then unrecommending it, right? Basically, you're not doing the game a service. If you're trying to recommend a game and then say not for streaming, it's like, well, you might as well not have recommended it then. To me, because I don't really play games not on stream. So if it's worth playing, it's worth playing. If it's not worth playing, then don't recommend it. And if it is worth playing, don't make it sound not worth playing. But anyway, whatever. Since the flat earth conspiracy, what about trees aren't real? Because that's the worst thing I've ever... Forests are mountains are trees and trees aren't real. Yes, that's the conspiracy theory. Birds are fake? Well, obviously birds are fake. That's true. Trees aren't real is a thing? Apparently. Or rather, mountains are trees and trees aren't real. Flat Earth. Yeah, here you go. Here's an article in the Atlantic about it. Naturally, King of Hearts, this is truth. Like, that's not a conspiracy theory. That's just a fact. Obviously, birds are spy devices. Clearly. It's the only logical conclusion. Why else would there be birds? They certainly didn't devolve from giant lizards, because those also didn't exist. Also, the Earth is flat. And the government is run by alien lizard people. Like Elon Musk. Anyway, moving on to more logical things. Did you know that Finland doesn't exist? Thanks for coming to this 10-minute conspiracy corner with Blind IRL. You had some birds that batteries ran out in your yard after a year in a hailstorm? That was pretty... Aw. I once saw a crow fall dead out of the sky. This was during forest fire season here. So this was... Remember the gender reveal party that burned half of California down? Anyway, sent a lot of smoke up here to Vancouver. And during that, there was so much smog. I was walking to the grocery store one day, and I saw a crow die in midair and just go, thunk. It was kind of horrifying. One of the saddest things I think I've ever seen. Poor crow. Crows are cool. They don't deserve to dive bomb out of the sky dead. I definitely died from air contamination, yeah. I mean, like, the air smelled like burning tarmac and, like, toxins. Like, it was the one time... I don't care, personally, but I do dislike them when they burn forests down, yeah. A trailer load of cobra chickens fresh. What's a cobra chicken? Hold on a second. Let me Google. What the hell is a cobra chicken? Cobra chicken. Goose? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. A gender reveal party is when they announce the gender of a baby. It's sort of like a baby shower, but instead of a baby shower, it's a boy party or it's a girl reveal party. That's a gender reveal party. Yeah, this checks out. I can see the science here. There is one problem though. Cobras are deathly poisonous, and geese are pretty chill. Sounds like Black Friday. But yeah, no, there was a big famous gender reveal party where I think the people who had it actually ended up in prison because it was in the middle of a forest in the middle of nowhere, California, and they had fireworks. And it was supposedly pink fireworks because it was a girl. Anyway, they set off all the pink fireworks and it caught the forest on fire and started one of the biggest forest fires we've had in the last 2 decades. Yeah, literally you type in gender reveal and it's like gender reveal fire. Couple charged for gender reveal that sparked a deadly Californian wildfire. Yeah. This fucking fire. Wondering if there's actually pictures of the... Yeah, there it is. It's a boy. Sorry, not a girl. Anyway. Don't set off fireworks in the middle of goddamn nowhere. Or in a field of tall grass. Don't do it. It's bad. The extinguisher was big. Oh no, there's a bad joke I could make out of that, but I'm not going to. Anyway, yes. Parties like that are dumb. Don't burn down forests, kids. Made up thing to sell more stuff? Just like gender? G.I. Joe and Barbie. I don't think fireworks are made to be fired. This is also like maybe a stretch here, but perhaps we should just like actually just make fireworks illegal. But, you know, at least in places where it's not raining constantly. Like if there's even a slight risk of forest fire, like fireworks just shouldn't be legal. I realize blowing shit up's fun, and I agree. Blowing shit up is in fact fun. But I don't think it's worth it. Spain's also a much smaller country than the US, right? So it's much easier to get a large amount of something illegally in a country that is 10 times the size. Or in this case, more than 10 times the size. Like here, technically fireworks are illegal year-round in this city. Doesn't matter. Fireworks are illegal. If you fire off fireworks here, you can get fined. But this city kind of takes the, you can't arrest all of us, and you can't fine all of us. Like literally, they might as well just issue like a $100 fine to every single household in my entire city, every Halloween, every New Year's, and every Diwali, because, and every Chinese New Year too, because this city turns into a fucking war zone every single holiday. Doesn't matter if you make them illegal or say, oh, you can't buy that. They will go buy it where it's legal, and then they will set them off. Like, people here will drive for 4 hours to a place where they can buy fireworks and set them off. So, I mean, doesn't matter. Mr. Renner, that kind of reminds me of a friend of mine who joined the Canadian National Guard for a bit out of high school. He joined for a year. I haven't talked to him in a long time, but I remember when he left. But anyway, when he was in the Canadian Armed Forces, his whole station and his whole job was every winter he got to go up into the Rockies and fire artillery to cause avalanches. Pretty fun job, I would imagine. Let's give my military a break. It's like, what do you do for a living? I start avalanches. I believe it, Chups, but... Never underestimate the stupidity of Americans going, "My freedom!" So, and even Canadians to a degree. It's kind of unfortunate, but it's true. Oh yeah, no, they absolutely will fire howitzers at mountains to start avalanches. We do that frequently. Snow's got to go somewhere, and it's not going to go onto the highway, so they fire it off before it goes into the highway. Probably be faster if I just dug out the wall around this, but yeah. It's not a mountain, it's a tree stump. Is someone reading my additional reading materials? It's so fucking funny, man. My God. I made it about as far as, and actual trees are made of silicon. It's like, oh no. I guess it just goes back to the classic saying of never underestimate humanity's ability to stupid. Because there's one thing we're really good at, it's coming up with dumb excuses for things that don't need excuses. Goat jumper is when you tackle mountain goats or a bighorn sheep from a helicopter so that you can safely tag them for studies. They gotta use a net or something, right? They don't just like... I'm just imagining a dude that looks like Dwayne Johnson just jumping out of a helicopter and tackling a goat. That's not what you actually mean, is it? Because I do believe that tagging mountain goats would be a challenge, but I'm getting this very... No net? Huh. I would watch that movie. Can we cast Dwayne Johnson as a goat tackler? Please? And thank you. I'd also play that video game. It's not going to be a nice experience. I have a personal vendetta against fireworks because when I was younger, the music school that I went, because I went to music school for years, right? I learned cello. Played in a symphony and I have a lot of classical music experience. During that period of time, some idiots fired a bunch of bottle rockets, which are kind of like loud noisemaker firework things, through one of the glass windows in the side of one of the and the side of one of the areas where a lot of the musical instruments are stored. Anyway, about $2,000 in just like chairs were damaged, as well as unthinkable amounts of money worth of grand pianos were damaged. And ever since then, I've kind of had a negative view of fireworks. And I kind of don't think that people should be allowed to fire off fireworks. Granted, a couple of years after that, me and a friend launched a Furby out of, or into space using fireworks. And we watched it scream and cry as it came flying back down, asking about what was happening. And that was pretty glorious. And frankly, that's one of my best memories ever. So I guess I would say that I have mixed experiences with fireworks. Setting a Furby on fire and launching it into space with a bottle with Roman candles, fantastic. Causing irreparable amounts of damage to my music school, negative thoughts. That is a very good Einstein quote. Yes, the two things that are infinite: the universe and human stupidity, and we're not sure about the universe. You guys think this looks as cool as I think it looks? Because I think this looks pretty fucking rad. Not gonna lie, I think this looks pretty fucking rad. I'm very proud of my own creation here. Early bedtime. We'll see you when we see you, chaps. That symmetry? Yeah, for once I'm building a symmetrical fort. Ain't that weird? Oddly enough, it's the one cult fort. Oh, spring's arrived. This is the third spring? My god. Time's flying when you only have 20 dwarves. Waiting for the... There you go. It's like it's just starting to take too long. But first of spring. An interesting tutorial on real-life aquifers. I like explaining to people that, yes, aquifers exist in real life, and no, they're not that intense in real life. It's like, yes, we have aquifers in real life, and that's how, like, water towers and wells work. You ever heard of a water table before? No, they don't spray geysers of water out that drown you instantly the second you look at it. Why they have a problem with flat Earth theory? I don't have a problem with it. I just think it's silly. I don't have any issue against people who believe in flat Earth, and I'll debate and talk with a flat earther all they want about how the Earth might be flat. But scientifically, it's false. It's not plausible, let alone possible. What news? Because Ticketmaster insists on sending me an NFT every single time I buy a ticket for a concert, and it quite bothers me. I don't like it. To the point where, like, I've stopped using Ticketmaster more than I did previously. And StubHub, I think, does the same thing. But what news are you seeing? Oh, I've put lots of thinking into it. And the more that they claim that they're living on a flat Earth, the more I want to laugh at them. Unless you're trying to come out as a flat earther, in which case it's like, all right, I mean, more power to you, I guess. Flat Earth theory is the result of intelligent people not being educated. And it's actually really sad. I mean, who cares? That's not something we need, nor something anybody should actually want. Wait, what? Because tickets don't need to exist for all eternity. It's, again, just creating a solution for a problem that doesn't exist. Yes, there are theories, which are also theories, right? Yes, everybody lives in their own personal reality. I mean, my best, like, poke at flat Earth theory is something that somebody I used to hang out with once said, which is, what if simulation theory is true and we're all living in a simulation and it's just like an MMO except there's global chat and everybody has their own reality, and thus some people could actually be living on a flat Earth. But the fact of the matter is the Earth isn't flat. And just because you are living in a potential delusion where for you, in your reality, your world is flat, that means that you're living in a delusion falsehood. That doesn't mean that you're actually living on a flat planet. Flat Earth theory is the home scientist gone wrong, and it's kind of sad. That's all there really is to it. It's people that refuse to believe in mainstream science. It's people that reject mainstream science, and it's people that think that they can prove themselves correct. Whereas one of my favorite examples of Flat Earth being stupid is the Flat Earth documentary, Behind the Curve, because they prove themselves wrong multiple times throughout their own experiments, and they come up with weird excuses as to why their experiments came up negative. They are so baked into believing that what they think is true that they're incapable of even seeing their own proof of the fact that the Earth is not flat. And they refuse to believe it. So, sure, someone could be living in a world of delusions made up of hallucinations in their own mind. Absolutely. For them, the world could be flat. Doesn't change the fact that that's wrong. Like, it's just factually incorrect. You can take an airplane and fly around the globe. There is video footage taken by astronauts flying around the globe. There's some things that are worth debating, but whether or not the Earth is a sphere is not one of them. Also, the elves are here to trade, and I'm hungry. I'm going to save the game. We will be playing more of this fort when I come back, but I'm going to go eat my lunch, and when I return, we can continue these discussions about how people are wrong. You know what's another way to confirm that tickets aren't counterfeit and smart contracts? Another way to confirm that tickets aren't counterfeit is by actually doing a good job of being a ticket distributor. The last thing I want to do is have tickets that are NFTs. That is absolutely fucking stupid. That is a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. You will still have people selling fake tickets to an event. Doesn't matter. It's not going to solve the solution. It's just a different format of having a database. And all you need is an accurate database. So no, that helps nothing. NFTs really don't need to exist in any format. Anyway, I'm going to leave you guys with some music to listen to. I will be back in about 10 minutes. Probably less than that, actually. But no, it won't get rid of scalpers. It won't. If what's the word? If venues want to not have tickets getting scalped,